Hi. How are you guys doing? Oh my goodness, Warhammer Sundays. We are so back. Guys, just today I started Soul Hunter. I wanted to try an audiobook. I am prepared for today with Warhammer content. We have videos to watch. A lot is going on. Let me turn on some music. How are you guys doing? Hello, Lam. Hello, Gandalf. Hello, Soli and Pet Rock. Hello, Flolix. Guys, we're just doing like a couple of minutes of just chatting. Maybe just to give you guys some updates and whatnot. Blackjack, Donnie. Hello, Maxlow, Weepin. Hello, Soview. And Daytime. Hello. And Angel and Mistwolf. Hi. Bibicord, thank you for the gift. Oh my gosh, thank you for the gift sub. And that guy, Bert, thank you so much for the prime. I've been picked. I have been picked for your prime. Thank you. I appreciate it. No crewling today. As you can see, the chair is empty. How's the mini painting going? So, okay, here's the thing. I was lacking things for my mini paintings. So I have, and also because this kit was bought for me. Sylvia, thank you so much for the tier 1. The tier 1s help me keep 70-30 split, which makes me feel like I'm stealing from Amazon, which is a great thing. So thank you. And yes, happy Easter. Happy Easter, everybody. Let's go. It's Bunny Day. But yeah, I was missing things for the actual painting stream. By the way, thank you to the individual who bought me primer, because apparently that is like desperately needed. I'm here from YouTube. I've really been enjoying your reacts there. I'm happy to hear. Yeah, thank you for coming in. I'm trying a new thing where I post a react to YouTube at like 4 and then I move it over. Like I move the react over to, not like, I basically put a comment in so that people know when I'm live. Like I'll put a pinned comment and be like, I'm going live at 5. The new outfit teaser. Yes, that's another thing I wanted to talk about before we get into some videos, which by the way, a lot of people recommended Luton, and I have 2 videos that we're going to vote on. Sunny Bunny, Vivicore, Sunny Bunny. Did you guys see the little tweet? I got some art. This is our Easter art. This is I told you guys the Bunny Sunny art was innocent. Look how cute this is. She doesn't know what a bunny suit is. She doesn't know anything. She's a bunny brain. So yeah, it's been a busy day for me. Happy Easter. Happy teaser of my outfit day. Just a little guy. Look at her. Another thing that happened, and I would appreciate, like literally zero pressure. However, I'm going to ask you if you would like to, I tweeted a teaser for my outfit, which is going to be in 2 weeks. It seems like everything is falling in line. I was thinking we had to delay for a second there, but it's looking like that's not going to doesn't have to happen. Boom. Here is the teaser. Oh boy. This is the teaser. There's going to be a proper trailer, but here is the tweet. If you could give that a like and a retweet if you feel like it. You don't have to. Putting on some proper clothes. What do you mean? These are proper clothes. You have my attention. It's quite the vibe change. And it's been very historically like difficult for me to change my hair. Like this outfit didn't have a hair change because my hair has like a trillion layers. So getting my hair changed is like a huge problem. So yeah, it's a big vibe change. I hope you guys are there on the 4th. I'm going to be telling you about it, and it's going to be a big thing for me, at least. It doesn't have to be a big thing for you, but if you guys want to be there, I would appreciate it. So yeah, I hope you guys are having a good day, a good Easter. We're having a little bit of just chatting here because, I forgot to install, SpaceMarines 1. Oops. So we're basically installing that. And I don't want to ruin my internet, my download speed for watching videos. So another minute or two here, 5 minutes or so, and then we can start watching some videos, because I know that's what we want. I always end up doing professional streamer. I'm not a professional. This is my job, not my job. This is my hobby. That's why I did an outfit. This outfit, guys, I did like 3 months ago, right? Wait, yeah. I did this outfit 3 months ago. I can do an outfit every couple of months because it's not my job. Outfits are fucking expensive. I'm not a professional. So when I forget something, you gotta keep in your mind, say, she's a not professional streamer. She's learning. Professional yapper, I'll take it. Space Marine 1 is really good. Is it anything like Space Marines 2? Or is it just like... Is it like a completely different game? I've seen other Warhammer games that look nothing like Space Marines 2. In fact, Dark Tide looks super different. It's got orcs. I love me an orc or two. I wish orcs were in the beginner kit I got, but instead it was Tyranids and some Space Marines. Oh yeah, I did want to say I wanted to build, and I teased that I was going to do building today. And on Friday we did plastic building, we did Gunpla. So my setup's all done, but I'm having a rheumatic flare-up. So I can't do building. I was going to do it today. I was like, ooh, since I have, it's Warhammer Sunday. So I was like, why don't I just do some building while everything's set up? But my hands hurt. And they will flare up. What stuff are you watching today? I have a few videos on the rocks, as you could say. Here we go. Actually, since everything has downloaded, we can actually go over to start some of the reacts and hop in. Before I do that, though, I want to say audiobooks versus the physical books. So far, I have to say, Soul Hunter is the best audiobook I've ever listened to. That whoever the fuck is narrating this thing is amazing. I will say I prefer the physical books because I'm missing so much detail. So I just wanted to say that as I continue down the book reading path. False Gods, not a great book. I'm dealing with the writing prose. Significantly worse than Horus Rising. Okay, let me go over here. We'll get started on some of the videos. Happy Easter and welcome in as people pile in. I just wanted to do a quick little just chatting segment before we get the videos going. Let me just make sure I close out of all my porn really quickly. I don't want that open. Don't want that open. That's okay being open. That's okay being open. Okay. Oh, I didn't tweet that I'm live. Should I do that? Here we go. Can you DM me your favorites? No! They're for me only. My eyes only. Oh, books? Or... my favorite book in Warhammer so far is Horus Rising, as it's the only book I've completed. But if you're talking about corn, that is for only me to know. You will never know. You think I read? I don't know what you do. So we're gonna have like a little vote here. Actually, let me open this because this was the other one. So, and let me close out of the ones that I'm not gonna watch. So I have three videos today. We can watch, depending on the video, we can watch either one or two of these. We have The Emperor of Man, The Rise of Humanity. This is a Luton video. It seems to be a bit of a classic. I have never seen this. And also, it being 9 years old calls into question whether or not this is, like, even right anymore. Hello, Worry, welcome in! American Bear Warrior. I bought Brutal Kunu. I haven't gotten... Oh, I've never even heard of that one. There's too many books. Warhammer Corn? No, that's disgusting. Where? We have the top 10 most powerful factions. There's always somebody who does a top 10s. And I'm very curious. Because there's like not that many factions. Kuma Cola, thank you so much for the prime. How have you been? Cool. Oh my god, Kuma. Shakes you. The Emperor one is a good vid. Orc Bunk. Oh, it's an orc book. Oh my god. Except when he is not. Oh. Luton, people have said Luton. Holy crap, this looks like my transition. You see that? That looks like my transition thing. That's crazy. Anyway. And then we have the top 10 most powerful characters in Warhammer. So, let me do a little poll. Let me set that up. Poll. And then we can... Which video? And I'll do just the top 10 most powerful factions. The Emperor, or we'll do the Rise of Humanity. Wow, set up the poll. Character. Okay, it's not gonna fit. We're gonna do the duration of 3 minutes because I want to watch all of these, but I have work tomorrow, which means we gotta like do two of them probably. Legion of the Damned, Death Incarnate, Warhammer. That does sound good. I don't know if I want to hear about specific legions yet. I feel like I need more overarching information on also these top 10 most... My personal pick is character. But the thing is, like, I don't know. I'm probably not going to know all these guys. So I need more or less powerful than a squig. What is a squig? Most powerful factions? Okay. Rise of Humanity. A Luton video. Luton D's. You walked into that one. Squig are like all-purpose pets for orcs. What? Really? Oh my god! It looks like a Kog'Maw! You know Kog'Maw from League? So the good news is I like them. I like them a lot. Look at that. He's eating a little guy. Can't even see that one. 90% teeth, 10% fur, and 100% dangerous. Oh my goodness. Because I don't have hair so you can see. Oh my gosh. So they look like Kog'Maw from League of Legends, which I'll have you know was my first champion I ever purchased. And he wasn't cheap. He was 4,800 IP, which means before I bought like Ashe and Annie, I bought Kog'Maw, so I played a ton with like the whatever characters were free, so that I could buy Kog'Maw. Looks like a Doom energy. It does. Who is winning? Okay, most powerful factions is winning, which is kind of surprising. We get a lot of people asking to watch Luton, but this might not be the Luton video. That being said, I have a Luton playlist, and this guy has no fucking limit. My guy is Mr. Warhammer. Of course, next to Bricky. My drunk self approves. I wish I could... I mean, like, I could probably have, like, half a glass of wine and not die. You mean Winton? By the way, guys, if you notice at the beginning of my stream, there's, like, 8 ads playing. That's because I play 8 ads at the beginning of my video, at the beginning of the stream, so that I don't have ads forced upon me through the first hour. So I wish I didn't have to, but if you don't play ads, you basically don't get paid for the ad revenue. Twitch is a dick like that. If you don't play the ads, Twitch is like, oh, you didn't play them, we did it. You don't get fucking paid. But it's the only time I ever run ads, is because I feel like in the first hour, people are coming in and they don't want to get hit with all this shit. Okay, let's watch the top 10 most powerful factions. This is WARHAMMER. I do not know this person. Also, there's a, I believe a Raid Shadow Legends ad in here, so we will be skipping that. You crave the ads. We can give you an ad. Would you guys like an ad? No, I'm kidding. There would be no point in playing ads. I've already played a ton. I'm using ad blocker, you don't get paid. Oh, please use an ad blocker. The reason I play the ads is because the big reason why I play the ads is because I fucking hate ads. Get that out of here. And I don't want people to walk in and immediately get like bombastically slammed with like a 30-second ad just for showing up. Whoa, Raid Shadow Legends. But yeah, I play them mostly to get rid of the ads. And then I'm like, well, shit. Like, I also get paid. So I'm not going to say I don't like the money. But anyway, no one likes ads. Please use an ad blocker. Like, if everyone used an ad blocker, I would never play them. Although, like, the ad blockers are pretty, like, finicky. In my experience, sometimes they work. Sometimes they don't. I wish it was, like, 100% or 0. Raid would be super effective against Tyranids. Okay, guys, we're gonna jump into some Warhammer videos because I want to watch Warhammer videos after listening to my audiobook on my walk today. I just got back from my walk. I was listening to Soul Hunter as throughout the starting screen. So let's just, or use Turbo, or you can use Turbo. Then again, I'm like, I already am subscribed to Amazon. You know, I'm giving them money already. I don't know. It's the same company, but it's like not. All right, guys. 3, 2, 1. Well, I guess okay. This is the top 10 most powerful. Like, let me link it so that I'm not like being, I'm not being bad. Manually unpin and this. Open the video and co-watch. If this video fucking sucks, we're gonna go to Luton. I've never seen this guy before, and thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, we'll see. What is the top 10 most powerful factions, and we'll see if you guys agree. It's muted for you guys, so we gotta restart. And here we go. Electric Pirate. Primarch. What's your favorite Primarch? My favorite Primarch. My current favorite faction is the Salamanders. My favorite Primarch. I don't feel like I know them well enough, but I'm so sad because like the most I've heard of Horus has been wonderful. It's too bad he turns into a dickwad, because if he wasn't a dickwad, and if 40k didn't happen this way, it would have been Horus. But otherwise, like I have the most experience, like exposure to Horus and Sanguinius being good. So I think Sanguinius right now. But yeah, okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I think it's fair to say that Warhammer 40k is one of the most ridiculous fictional universes ever created. Every single faction seems to be god tier, and it's absolutely baffling why they haven't completely destroyed the universe yet. From giant alien space dinosaurs that literally consume every living thing on a planet and then pop out infinite more dinosaurs, to ancient alien undead robots that have weapons designed to kill gods.
So I do get the like, how haven't they killed each other yet? But it's like the mutually assured destruction thing. Like you probably have to kill, like just destroy the planets to like wipe out people
or
like
how about
that.
The forces of humanity that may just be regular people at the end of the day, but when you have little
super under-equipped regular people,
millions of soldiers at a problem until it goes away, you're definitely gonna rank pretty high on the power tier. But if every single faction is this ridiculous, who is the strongest? Who has the best chance at dominating the entire galaxy? Well, that's what we're going to figure out today as we dive into the 10 most ridiculous and powerful Warhammer factions in existence.
So this makes me wonder if he's talking in terms of like the tabletop game, or if he's talking in terms of like, you know, like just theoretically. And IMO, isn't it just gonna be like the Necrons? He doesn't cover the tabletop, so this is just lore-wise. Gotcha. Okay, so he never covers the tabletop.
And stick around to the end of the video because there's going to be a bonus segment that helps clarify this list and gives you a real good picture of what this galaxy actually looks like. And although this is meant to be a standalone video, it's technically a part 2, as the video I made right before this one covered 10 more factions that didn't quite make the cut. So if you
Okay, so he covered 10 factions that were not the top 10. I will not be watching that. Let's go over here. I'm going to skip his ad. And unfortunately, I'm spoiling the first one.
Started with number 10, the Tau Empire. So the really interesting thing about the Tau is that they're actually the youngest race in the galaxy. But despite not having been around for as long as the other factions, their technological advancement rates are downright supernatural. You see, they only discovered fire some 3,000 years ago, and yet now they maintain a galactic presence, and with each new sphere expansion, they conquer more territory.
Oh shit, I didn't know they were like, I knew they were a baby, but I didn't know it was like 3,000 years ago.
Without getting into the motivations of their leaders, because there may or may not be some shady stuff happening there, but the Tau people themselves, honest to God, seem like the closest thing to actual good guys in the
You're telling me that the top 1% of society in all societies may be morally ambiguous?
40k franchise.
Should be 6,000?
They all collectively believe in this thing known as the greater good, which is basically a creed that states to do the most good for the most people with every action that you take.
I didn't know they were like
don't
this.
get it twisted. The Tau definitely aren't perfect. They utilize a pretty rigid caste system. And a lot of the times, the do the most good for the most people thing kind of boils down to doing the most good for the Tau Empire.
So I also want to say, this is like very interesting because I took an ethics course in college where you discuss like ethics is a form of philosophy, what is wrong and what is right. And what they're following is called utilitarianism, which is like whatever like creates the most happy. So in the trolley problem, if you like, you know, do you kill one guy or do you kill 5 guys? Like if you do the action, is it morally ambiguous? But like in the trolley problem, it's literally like if you kill the 5 guys and they were miserable, then that is morally better than killing like one super happy guy. So like it's very, very cool.
Now, it's definitely true that they value peace and diplomacy far more than any other faction in the grim darkness of the far future. But their expansion requires compliance. So the Tau will basically give a new species 100 different opportunities to join their empire, but at the end of the day, if they still refuse them, let's just say the Tau don't take no for an answer.
Yeah.
However, despite the Tau's ruthless technological advancements and their unbelievable progression rate, they're still a relatively small faction. Now, they are an entire empire, so they're going to rank a little bit higher than smaller factions like the Grey Knights or the Sisters, but in the grand scheme of things like the Orcs or the Imperium,
can't beat the
they
Sisters.
still have a lot of growing to do.
So this is all lore, by the way. It's not tabletop, so it's like technically they're a baby race.
And the Tau fleets are undeniably powerful, but one of their major weaknesses is they still haven't mastered faster than light travel. So when they're expanding into new territory, it's comparatively slow when you look at other species that utilize the warp. Now, don't get me wrong, not having to rely on the warp to travel through space does have its benefits. It's definitely far safer than going through hell itself. But it is.
And if your navigator dies, you don't just get stuck out there. And if you don't have a fucking beacon, then you don't just get stuck out there.
Comparatively slower, so they haven't expanded quite as much as other factions. And additionally,
I just don't like the design of the
size
Tau.
of their empire right
Even
now,
if they're powerful.
not being able to utilize the warp for travel or even move faster than the speed of light.
Also, I've heard they're
isn't
annoying to
actually that
deal
big of a
with.
for them. Now, all that being
Like
said,
tabletop-wise?
in the most recent Tau Sphere expansion, they were able to utilize the warp to travel. Let's just say it went really, really, really badly, though. And they may or may not have accidentally created a new Chaos God. Now,
What? There's 4. How the heck do you go into the warp and fuck it up that bad? And this is like my coworkers, like doing anything related to my job.
that's not 100% confirmed, though, so we'll have to dive into that in another video.
Vishtar,
but let's just say they
is?
still have a lot of learning to do. Despite this, the Tau operate some of the most advanced technology in the galaxy. And
The
at
armor
the moment,
god,
still
or not the armor,
truly
the
believe
weapons
in
stealer?
peace and unity. However, due to their smaller numbers, it's unlikely they would win in an all-out war against many of the other factions. If they manage to survive to the year 50k, it's very likely that we would see them take the top spot. But at the present time, they unfortunately rank a little bit lower. In the number 9 slot, we have the Adeptus Custodes.
Vashtor.
Also known
That's
as the
the
10,000, the Custodians are the royal guard of the God Emperor himself. Every single one of them is
I'm
immortal
surprised
and
this
a
is,
hero
like,
in their own right.
so low.
You can honestly think of them like an army of anime main characters. They're that ridiculous. They have complete mastery over every form of
Custodes Luffy.
combat and are trained in every weapon style. In the novel False Gods, one SpaceMarine remarks that the Custodians fight like a pack of lions, each one being an absolute apex killer in their own right.
I'm reading that book right now. Let's fucking go.
Whereas him and his battle brothers fight more like a pack of wolves, designed to be a unit first and foremost. Additionally, the equipment that the Custodians utilize is unbelievably powerful and valuable. They are given literally the best of the best. Not only is each one an absolute unit of an individual, but they are all incredibly intelligent as well, as a Custodian warrior must become a master of not only combat in all its forms, but in every conceivable path of education.
What?
They were the Emperor's royal bodyguards and had to be as close to his level intellectually as possible. And this is actually kind of difficult to comprehend because the Emperor
how long
at
that's
this
gonna
point in
take?
time is literally considered a god. And having to be intelligent
But he's also ancient. Like he's had so much more time, you know, to get on top of it.
enough that you can hold a conversation with God himself
Wolves. Ow!
is a monumentous accomplishment.
Goliath.
And to be fair, they themselves don't consider him a god, and neither did much of humanity when they were originally created. But he was undeniably the greatest human being that ever lived. So honestly, from my perspective, that's still kind of badass. Now, the Custodians weren't just his royal bodyguards. They were also his closest friends. and the Emperor knew literally every single one of them by name. They conversed with him,
Damn.
consoled him, and in some instances even offered guidance to the Emperor. To
But
be on the
they
level
don't
of
do
a living
anything right
god,
now.
so much so that you
Do
can
they?
offer
Go to
guidance to
private
him
school?
requires a mind like no
Super
other.
private school.
It's stated in the lore that every single custodian is so unbelievably valuable that the only way to actually put a price tag on them is to use entire worlds as the monetary sum. Each one stands around 10 feet tall and are so strong that it
Damn.
takes 15 normal men just to lift their spear. And
What the fuck? So, double question. Is this just like a super special Space Marine? Because obviously they are enhanced in some way, or do they go through their own process to become a custodes? Yes, okay. So, like, to become one of these guys, no. Okay. Happy Easter, Gambit! Own process. They're test tube people. Okay, so a Space Marine comes out the womb just as a baby, and then they get, like, they stuff a whole bunch of organs in. But these guys are literally just, like, from scratch. Wow, okay. Biological alchemy. Oh. We call that gene splicing. Oh, back south here. Mass-produced bread artisan. It's like, this is like your low, this is like the top sourdough. As opposed to my Walmart super white bread stuff. Okay. Have an expiration. Okay. Custodians don't. Yeah, because I did notice in some of the books, like, you have, like, old Astartes. And I'm like, what happens? I guess they just eventually die. They're like, I'm not used to that getting old.
if all of that is true, I bet you're wondering why they would be so low on the list. The only weakness the Custodes has is similar to other entries on this list, and that's their numbers. Even if they do currently maintain around 10,000
True.
members, which isn't exactly
That's
confirmed,
kind of a lot.
it still pales in comparison to even the Space Marines.
That's a lot.
As it is
That's like a
estimated
whole-
that there are around 1,000 chapters, each with a cap of 1,000 members. And there's honestly probably far more than the Imperial records state, as not every single Space Marine chapter is what we call chapter compliant. So there's roughly as many custodians as around 10
Compliance,
chapters
bro.
of Space Marines.
Dies.
The second major thing here is that the custodians
Dies
had
of
actually
cringe.
failed in their primary mission. They had allowed the Emperor to be mortally wounded by his son Horus. This would
You
induce
guys
several
suck.
thousand years of mourning, where the custodians basically stayed on Holy Terra, guarding and protecting the Emperor's body from any would-be assassins. And it's unfair to say that during this period of time they were doing nothing, as they were pretty instrumental in ending the rule of George Van Dyer. Not to mention standing
Is Van Dyer the guy who's too busy to die? The original 10,000 custodians were handmade by the Emperor, but the post-heresy, they're still made in the same way. Ah, I gotcha. Oh. So basically, they saved Terra from the bureaucrats.
guard over a vault of
In old lore, the custodians stripped in mourning. Don't ask. Well, in current lore, the fucking Sisters of Battle do that. When they supposedly sin, I'm like, okay, get these custodians fucking naked. I don't even like. I'm done with that. If all the girls get naked when they do a bad, these guys did a pretty big bad. Time to be naked.
truly horrific relics.
I
But unlike
can-
the
yeah, I
other forces
know.
of the Imperium, they were no longer taking the
Let me close my
fight
door.
directly to the enemy itself. However, in recent times this has changed, and the Legio Custodes has become the Adeptus Custodes, and they have set off to bring the fight to the enemies of mankind once again, and satiate their wrath in the
Oh.
blood of heretics. As a
They
single
fight again.
army, they are no doubt the most powerful beings mankind has ever seen.
So you're
However,
supposed to
they
see
are
them
but
naked.
10,000 compared to the million-plus
That's
Space
true.
Marines or even the 30 trillion active
Actually.
guardsmen. Now, that being stated, in a one-on-one fight, a
You're
custodian
not
could probably
wrong.
beat just about anybody on this list, with the exception of maybe a knight. But compared to an entire empire of, say, the next entry on this list, they're not going to be able to hold their own. In at number 8, we have the Craft World Eldar.
You're telling me that the Custodes couldn't beat a craft world? Get naked with me, chat. Hold on. We don't even need a Custodes. Fuck the Custodes. Let's just get naked together. Mr. Vite, hi, welcome in. Mr. Vite's gonna be playing Repo with me on my debut of my outfit. I'm so excited. Finally, Eldar respect. Yes, they're strong. Are they strong as Custodes? Guys, nudist stream. Come on, wait, we can start something brand new. And if we make it religious, Twitch can't ban us.
In the 41st millennium, the Eldari Empire
Happy
is in
Easter.
a fractious state. But of all the different Eldar factions, the craft worlds are by far the strongest. Not only are they all long-lived and disciplined warriors, but every single one of them is psychically gifted. And although the Psyker Scourge is becoming more commonplace in the 41st
I forgot that they
millennium,
all are
by human
Psykers.
standards, Psykers are still pretty rare. So it's difficult to comprehend an entire species of people who are able to manipulate the warp. Now, the Eldar are long-lived
That's
but
true.
seldom born, and as such are a
Lore-wise.
dying species. Although, that being said, it wasn't
Yeah,
always
I
like
still
this for
think
the
lore-wise
Eldar,
it's kinda
as
crazy.
after the War in Heaven 60 million years ago, they had the largest empire in the entire galaxy. However,
that's right,
millions
they're
of
kind
years
of-
of peace led to them getting kind of weird and experimental. And their hedonism
It
eventually
happens.
spawned a chaos god, which destroyed their entire society overnight.
You know, I'm just gonna say, if you win so hard that you accidentally, like, nut yourself a new chaos god, and that's your downfall, like, I don't know. I still think they're kind of winning. It's like, they've got this crazy, like, history now.
Now, the craft
The
worlders that we know
the
today
Goon
were individuals
Apocalypse.
who at the time of the Great Apocalypse were aboard massive ships known as craft
Goon
worlds.
Apocalypse.
You see, these ships are
Easy mistake.
inconceivably enormous, some being
Oh.
documented as being thousands of miles long.
Oh.
You can think of them as mobile planets. Now, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of different craft worlds, from the craft world of Uthway or Baeltan, or even the Black Library that the Harlequins protect. But
Oh my gosh, I didn't know they had one called the Black Library.
outside of these craft worlds, they really don't maintain much of a galactic presence. They haven't conquered a whole bunch of planets.
Also,
so in
this
terms
is
of
fucking sick. I've
population,
never
they
seen,
kinda
like, the
pale in
other ones.
comparison to something like the Imperium, which has 1 million worlds under its control. Now, that being said, compared to humans, the Eldar live impossibly long lives, many of which are thousands of years old.
Cheating.
And originally, upon their death, they would be reborn
Gene
like
cheating.
a phoenix. However, that ability has long since been lost to them. As nowadays, as soon as they die, their soul is devoured by Slanesh. Now, the craft
Oh.
worlders are able to protect themselves using a series of stones known as soul stones, which capture their psychic energy of their soul as soon as they die. The craft worlders are then able to plug these stones into what is known as the Infinity Circuit, which allows the souls of the Eldar departed to basically live forever in the confines of their ships.
I actually didn't fully understand this the first time I heard it. Bricky explained this, but now the way it is 1, 2, 3, Eldar used to be reborn, so technically can die, but technically can't die as immediately reborn. However, now Slanesh, eat the soul upon death, instead put soul in stone, Slanesh Angie Slanesh. But soul put in basically like it's basically just like I don't know, like the cluster of Steven Universe. And then they just sit there. So does it suck?
Meaning that the destruction of a single craft world is not just the loss of their home, but of all of their ancestors as well. And these spirits
Ooh.
are capable of offering more than just guidance, as they can be plugged into what are known as wraith constructs, which you can think of like an Eldar dreadnought. It's a machine constructed entirely of a substance known as wraithbone, and the soul of the departed Eldar is able to take full control over it. Now, these things are actually pretty controversial to a lot of Eldari, because they are undoubtedly effective in war, but on the other hand, a lot of them see this as basically necromancy, and that they're not allowing the souls of the departed to finally rest, and instead forcing them back onto the battlefield.
Wake up, Grandpa. We got a fucking war. I know you died after thousands of years of service, but you're not dead yet, brother.
Probably one of the most useful things that the Eldar have access to is a parallel dimension known as the Webway. It's a pocket
the
dimension
Webway,
that
yes.
exists
So
between the
what is
physical
it like
universe
to be
and
in the stone,
immaterial.
though?
It's infinite corridors spread out like roots
my
across
question.
the entire galaxy, and it offers a
You're finally awake. That is such a good... Oh my god. Be an Eldari, thousands of years in Eldari heaven, and then get plugged into a robot. You're finally awake.
a much faster and safer way of travel than
Cross
utilizing
the border.
warp. However, in
Oh
spite
my
of their
God.
undeniable power and abilities, they are still a dying empire. The Eldar death rate far outpaces its birth rate. And despite the fact that the Eldari of the craft worlds are
Gotta get
undoubtedly
fucking.
one of the major players in the galaxy right now, unless something major
newbie
changes, they
mistake.
are a species that is doomed for inevitable extinction. In the number
Oh, that kind of sucks. Inevitable extinction? Being in the soul stone has to suck less than getting eaten by she who thirsts. Well, I mean, if being in the soul stone is like perpetual agony, then probably not. Versus non-existence. Oh, hi Hi, BB. My cat's here.
Number 7 slot, we have the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Good girl. Oh, what?
So the Adeptus Mechanicus is a faction of machine-worshipping cultists.
This is not what I was expecting. For the Adeptus Mechanicus to be above the Eldari?
They pray to the machine god in order to create and maintain all of the marvels of engineering that humanity is capable of. From the humble las rifle to the Gloriana-class battlecruisers, the Adeptus Mechanicus is responsible for all of them.
Happy toaster noises.
Now, mostly known for the Forge World of Mars, where the Mechanicum originated, they actually control many planets, each known as a Forge World, as the entire thing is basically a giant factory, every square inch of it dedicated to the production of the Imperium's tools of war. Now, to say they control one of the greatest armories of all time is a massive understatement. And each individual member of the Mechanicum is also incredibly intelligent, as they see the pursuit of knowledge as a holy quest, that logic is divine, and there is nothing more holy than calculations. They see flesh as weakness, and thus ritualistically replace more and more of their organic parts with the sanctified metal of their creations.
This is actually just like the average math major at my college.
Many of the Mechanicum's individuals no longer even look remotely human. The only thing left that holds them to their origins is potentially a few leftover organs so they can still maintain the moniker of humanity. However, there is a very important distinction to be made here. They do not want to be entirely machine, as thinking machines are forbidden. AI, or abominable intelligence as it is known, is blasphemy. And it spits directly in the face of the Omnissiah. So many of their...
So I know that AI caused like a big problem, right? But I can't help but be like, they can't have like even a certain amount of advanced machinery, right? Okay, but like, I'm just curious as to like, have they ever attempted regulations? Like, having a Neuralink? Yeah, it's tech heresy. Abominable intelligence shall not be tolerated. Gotcha. It's more like a... Like, we've seen what this does. Hi, Jelly, how are you? Oh my god, Jelly, welcome in. That's my wife. Not really, we're not married yet. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me until I discovered gooning Darth. It's over. Jail.
Creations that are still capable of some form of thought have to have a human brain powering them. The vast majority of weaponry used by humanity can trace its origins back to the Mechanicum. They control massive fleets of warships, and not to mention the Titan legions as well. So they are undoubtedly one of the most powerful singular factions in all of humanity. But as far as weaknesses are concerned, they do have a couple. The first is that even though the Adeptus Mechanicus is normally seen as part of the Imperium, they do maintain independence and are allowed to operate as basically a free state. This is due to the signing of a document known as the Treaty of Mars. And at the end of the day, if their interests conflict with that of the Imperiums, they'll pursue their own first. Additionally, they are also ruthlessly addicted to tradition. Innovation is seen as heresy. Machines created by humanity at the peak of its power are seen as perfect in all their forms. So to improve upon
the toaster, it's so beautiful.
Perfection is blasphemy to their machine god. Now, in the novel Mechanicum, we see one of the main characters literally on death row for having committed the ultimate sin of trying to make her workshop goggles just a little bit better.
I want to fucking read that. What? Really?
Their superstitions and belief in machine spirits, the idea that every machine literally has a soul, may keep the machines they create functioning. However, they get in the way of making any form of actual progress. They're basically stuck in the Dark Ages and refuse to move forward. They do, however, have seemingly limitless resources in comparison to the Dark Mechanicum, and those materials will keep the fires of their forges burning for a long time to come.
So I do know that it's like considered heresy to upgrade because like the manual is like the Bible of the tech. So to change the manual is to like alter the Bible.
In the number 6 slot, we have the Chaos Space Marines. The 9 traitor legions of the Chaos Space Marines are Astartes that have figuratively and all too often literally sold their souls for power. They are dark and twisted race that lurk deep within the space between universes. Their ranks include the rotting and undying forms of the Death Guard, the mighty and terrible arcane sorcerers of the Thousand Suns, the depraved lunatics of the Emperor's children, and the frothing berserkers of the World Eaters, just to name a few. They are damned and lost souls who once served at the Emperor's side, but betrayed him and everything they ever knew to follow War Master Horus in his Great Rebellion. Now, after
Oh.
9 years of brutal warfare, the traitor legions were inevitably pushed back and forced to take refuge in the bleeding wound in reality known as the Eye of Terror. There, time flows differently, and many of the traitors that besieged the Imperial Palace 10,000 years ago are still alive today. And to
Damn, I did not know that, actually. I didn't know that they were in like a times bubble.
put that in perspective, the Loyalist
They
Marines
don't
of
fight,
the
yeah.
41st Millennium
They don't, the forces of chaos don't work together and often fight each other. I know that, but I know there's Mr. Is it Abaddon? Who's like, Chaos United. One day we will all be together. It's like kind of like against the concept of chaos in general.
weren't alive back then. The Siege of Terror is all but a legend that has been
Above your
passed
head right
down
now.
for several millennia. The traitor legions remember it far too well, as many of them were literally there. So the Chaos Space Marines are what you get when you take a superhuman warrior and then further empower them with the blessings of the Chaos Gods. They're basically an unholy unification of the peak of humanity's gene forging mixed with the arcane sorcery of the warp.
I
Not to
can't help
mention
but be
a
like,
whole
why would you
lot of
pick
heresy
Nurgle?
and blasphemy thrown in for good measure. And on an individual level,
Pretty
a Chaos
gross.
Space Marine is far stronger than their Loyalist counterpart. However, as a cohesive fighting force, the inherent greed and selfishness of the Chaos Space Marines leaves a lot to be desired. And
They
thus, the
can't work
greatest
together.
weakness of Chaos
Because
is
Papa
its
Nurgle
lack
loves
of
you.
unity.
He
The
loves
traitor
me.
legions fight amongst themselves more than they fight any of their other enemies. In the novel Black Legion, we see a gathering of Chaos Space Marines just outside the Eye of Terror, waiting for the new War Master of Chaos, Abaddon the Despoiler, before embarking through the rift into real space. When the War Master finally arrives, he is greeted with constant
took
and
the name
non-stop
War
battle,
Master,
as
huh?
old grudges and rivalries between the traitor warbands
That's
runs
Horus's
deep.
name.
And in retrospect, gathering them all in one place was sure to incite violence. This occurs for a few reasons. The first is that resources within the Eye of Terror
specifically?
are incredibly scarce.
Okay.
Now, in the novel Storm of Iron, we see Chaos Space Marines literally descending upon their recently deceased battle brothers like a pack of vultures, looking to
What?
scavenge anything they can from their corpses. Whether that
What?
be bits of armor, ammunition, or even their weaponry. Everyone is out for
Bro, what?
themselves. It doesn't matter how powerful you are, if you can't stand united with your brothers and you're constantly expecting one of them to stab you in the back, this is a major weakness that can be easily exploited by your enemy. Not to mention
That's
the
true.
fact that although the Traitor Marines are able to create new recruits, each warband doing so in their own unique way, their gene seed is incredibly unstable, as it has spent generations being corrupted by the warp. Now, on one hand, this can
Oh?
lead to some pretty interesting and useful mutations. However, it
Oh,
makes
dear.
the implementation of
Does
their
not
gene
look
seed
good.
far more likely to
Oh no, I
encounter
got those
catastrophic
scars.
consequences. Now,
Ugh.
Abaddon the Despoiler seems to be the only one that's been able to unite the traitor legions for his Black Crusades. Even still, this is not perfect unity, warbands often breaking off to pursue their own interests despite his commands. Now, don't get it twisted. Don't mistake my words for evidence that they are not a threat to mankind, as the archenemy is getting stronger every day, as the Imperium of Man continues to fracture. And over time, they have been pushing further and further outside of the Eye of Terror and conquering new territory in real space. And recently,
boy.
we've seen the 13th
Unite,
Black Crusade
unite,
bear
quote,
fruit,
unquote.
as Cadia was destroyed and the galaxy was split in half, with the
Did you guys hear what he just said? I missed that. As what?
forming of the Cicatrix Maledictum, a festering wound that
I must
spreads
have
from
repressed
rim to
that.
galactic rim, plunging half of the Imperium into darkness. When the
Damn.
legions are able to set aside their differences
Cadia
for but a
stands.
moment, calamity ensues. If they were ever to truly unite, the resulting
stands.
carnage would be catastrophic. But right now, their lack of resources and territory fuel deep feuds, and old wounds and betrayals are never allowed to fully heal.
They literally
now,
just
tied
need to
for
get
the same
over it.
spot, we have the Chaos Demons. And I'm going to add these two together as they're
Wow,
pretty
okay.
intrinsically linked, and it's difficult to comprehend.
5.5. I do appreciate that he is not counting this as like its own. These are clearly related, as I see these together all the time.
Just how powerful demons are. As on
planet
one
fell
hand,
before
which
the
we're
garden
going to get
did. The
into,
planet
they
did
could be
not
the most
fall.
potentially dangerous faction in the entire galaxy, or the weakest.
It hasn't been evaporated.
100% honest.
It has not been shattered.
It's because this list was supposed to have 20 entries, and I'm just now realizing there's 21. So I'm going to fix that by adding demons and Chaos Space Marines together. And in my
Goofy looking.
defense, this is exactly where they were going to go on the list anyway, so just think of them at like 5.5.
I
So the Chaos
appreciate
Space
the
Marines
honesty
are unquestionably
of
powerful
the. Oh
individuals.
shit!
They have been blessed by the dark gods and have reached power levels thought impossible by mortals.
I just
However,
learned that this
the
guy
true
loves me.
power of the Primordial Four rests not in the hands of mankind, but in their demonic servants. Every single demon is a twisted reflection of their paternal deity. And the Chaos Gods and their creations see the physical universe as little more than a diversion.
My God,
the
look
realm
at
of the physical
the booty on this lady who is being torn apart.
is but a massive board game to them. The Great
This is
Game,
fucked
as
up.
they call it. Nurgle, Slaanesh, Tzeentch,
You can't
and
kill her,
Khorne
she is so
vie for
sexy.
dominance and see mortals as little more than pawns existing solely for their entertainment. Their corrupting influence
Jeez.
spreads far and wide, and each one of them maintains armies of incredibly destructive potential, seemingly with limitless soldiers. If the two realms were to
Yeah,
ever merge,
unfortunate.
and the infinite horrors of the warp were allowed to run free
Slaaneshy
through our
baby.
universe, mankind
whole
would quickly
bakery.
perish, and the universe would inevitably collapse in on itself. However,
Damn.
the denizens of the realm of chaos have a massive
killed that big
weakness,
ass bird.
and that is that they can't maintain their presence in the physical
Or at
realm
least one
for
of 'em.
long periods of time. It normally takes a particularly powerful summoner or a really egregious act of sustained blasphemy to allow them to inhabit our realm.
Guys, every time you goon, you're enabling a demon to inhabit our fucking realm. Is it worth it?
The gods do not see this as a problem, as what fun would a game be without limitations? Nevertheless, demons, or the Neverborn as they're often referred to as,
Absolutely.
make for incredibly
No!
potent allies.
Can they be
And
quick
when summoned into battle,
guys?
they'll wreak untold
Guys,
havoc.
you Slaaneshi looking ass, get the fuck. Have you seen Demonettes? Guys! No more, no more. The demons have to go away.
Havoc upon the Imperium of Man and
Unsummon
any alien
them.
force that would dare impede the pursuits
Put
of
it
the
back.
forces of chaos. So each one of the four gods has different strengths and weaknesses
That
and
tongue.
are radically different from their siblings. And when they actually manage to set aside their differences and
it's
unite,
getting
they
close
can
to
create
me.
some truly unstoppable armies. You see, the forces of the
don't like
Blood
that.
God are massive and hulking melee monsters.
Tzeentch.
They are literally
like
the
the Tzeentch, I'll
personification
agree.
of violence. Whereas the forces of Tzeentch are all masters of the arcane and excel in ranged warfare. The demons of Nurgle, however, are incredibly resilient, and each one being ludicrously difficult to put down. Not to mention his armies carry with them demonic plagues that were never meant for our universe. The forces of Slaanesh are as
Jeez.
beautiful as they are cruel, and their agility is unmatched by any force in the physical universe. To really oversimplify it, you can think of a united demon army as having four major factors: strength, toughness, speed, and magic. And when they all come together, they make for an incredibly dangerous force.
But they don't
There's
do
just
that.
one major problem here. The four gods are not united, and
Yeah.
war against each other more than anyone else. Something like 99% of
hilarious.
all battles that the demons fight in takes place in the realm of chaos, rather than the physical universe.
I
Now,
didn't
it
know
is said
that.
that the Emperor is strong enough to hold them back within the warp.
Dude, we need a master of whisperers going over to Slaanesh and be like, dude, Khorne called you a bitch. Slaanesh be like, what the fuck? No shot. Go over to Nurgle and be like, dude, did you notice that your favorite rotting leg is missing? Oh, I guess you fucking Tzeentch took that shit. That's Tzeentch. He does that already? Shit. Khorne does call Slaanesh a bitch. Nothing new. We need to be like fueling them fighting each other.
But in reality, he's holding back four individuals
does that
that are
even to the
locked
gods?
in internal conflict with each
I know
other.
he does that to people.
If they were somehow able to unite, they would quite literally overpower him. And additionally, if
Damn.
they managed to not become completely dependent on their mortal followers to help them manifest in our universe, they would be by far the most powerful army to have ever existed. Now, thankfully for us, this is not the case, and demons rarely ever unite.
My guy.
It's not like this doesn't happen
Let
as it
me
has in the past.
get you a 10-step
but normally
skincare
it's for
routine.
a very limited amount of time. Sometimes being even far less time than they're able to exist in
He's
our universe.
globular.
So that is why it's kind of difficult to quantify just how powerful the Neverborn truly are. But one thing is for sure, they are undeniably one of the strongest forces in the universe. They just have a few major weaknesses that hold them back from the #1 spot.
Yeah, needing a person to be like, welcome in. The door's open.
And coming in at number 5, we have the
friend-shaped.
Adeptus Astartes. Okay,
Number
so there's a lot to
5.
say about Space Marines, as they make up something like 80% of all Warhammer lore. But in the interest of being
shit.
fair, we're going to stick to the basics here. They're
Yeah.
the poster children for
They're
Warhammer
the big
40k,
guys.
potentially its most iconic warriors.
blueberries.
They are transhuman super soldiers, clad in ceramite power armor, each having undergone relentless and rigorous gene therapy and augmentative surgeries, from the time they were children to become the ultimate warriors. They are the
What's your favorite legion? What's your favorite, chat?
The Imperium's mass-produced super soldiers, and each one is given upgrades such as a third lung or a second heart, a mechanism that allows them to heal
Blood
from
Angels,
pretty much
Space
any
Wolves?
injury, or even the ability to
World
spit
Bearers?
acid.
World
And it
Bearers?
gets so much more
Like
ridiculous
Templar?
than that. They have
Iron Hands, Dark Angels. Wow, I'm surprised. It's a lot of the Space Wolves, Emperor's Children, White Scars, Lamenters, first Lamenters, Salamanders, let's go. I feel like Salamanders lack some, like, Night Lords, Raven Guard. Salamanders kind of have a lot of good theory, but I don't see a lot of content on them, which is unfortunate. I feel like some of, like, the most popular legions are ones that I just see more content made for. The Lamenters, Salamanders, Raptors, shoot. All right, this is good. This is good to see, like, the spread. Which one is most morally good? Probably Salamanders. I like the Ultramarines good. I like the Ultramarines too. It's just like easy to like the one you're most familiar with for me, and like they just have more content.
one that lets them consume the flesh of their enemy and learn all of their secrets. Another one that puts them into a coma if their injuries are so catastrophic that there's no way that they can heal from them, which will basically keep them alive long enough for an apothecary to get to them. And if their injuries are too great
To
for
take their
even
gene
that of the
thing.
apothecaries, it's possible that Space Marine will be entombed in a dreadnought, a walking life support tank, basically an iron lung with machine gun hands. And in this
Damn.
way, they'll be able to serve the Emperor indefinitely.
Damn.
The Space Marines are so far removed from normal humans that it's
shall know no
actually really
fear.
difficult for them to relate
Should
to
legions,
us,
not
as a Space
chapters.
Marine can process information 100 times faster, and they're practically immortal. We know now that they do age, but just incredibly slowly.
Oh,
the
they
oldest
do?
Space Marine on record, Dantioch, having been well over 3,000 years old.
Okay, wait a second. So Dantioch was over 3,000 years old. Okay, but we do have older Space Marines than that because they're just in a time bubble.
And as of the time of this
Dantioch the
recording,
goat?
we've
Let's
never
go.
actually seen a Space
ancient
Marine die
boy.
from old age, so we don't really know how old they can
Oh.
get. Most Space
Even
Marines
that
will
guy
end up
died
perishing in the line of duty
Not
somewhere
of old
between
age.
200 and 400 years into their service.
Damn.
Now, the Space Marines were originally divided into 20 different legions, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, such as the Ultramarines, the Space Marines Master Tacticians. And depending on who you ask, the greatest Space Marines that ever lived, who are capable of doing literally everything. There were the Space
Masters
Wolves,
of everything.
Space Marine Vikings that rode giant wolves into battle and acted as the Emperor's executioners. There was also the Imperial Fists, whose fortresses were said to be completely impenetrable. Or
War
even the
also?
Raven
Why are
Guard,
we
who
saying, like,
somehow managed
war?
to make 8-foot-tall super soldiers in 1,000-pound ceramite armor incredibly stealthy, seemingly
Oh,
able
yeah.
to disappear without a trace and
That
make
is
no
pretty
sound
impressive.
with every step they took. These are only a couple of the great legions that made up the Space Marine forces. And although all the Space Marines ultimately
Norn the
served the
Fellhanded is
Emperor,
like
each one of
11,000?
them was led
Damn.
by what was known as a Primarch. This was one of the Emperor's 20 sons, a demigod-level individual and some of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. The gene seed used to
Yeah.
create their warriors was pulled directly from each of the Primarchs, making each of the Primarchs a figurative and semi-literal father figure to the Space Marines. Nowadays,
Aw.
however, the legions are no more, and the vast majority of the Primarchs are either dead or missing. Space Marines are now
Oh, really?
divided
The
into
vast majority? I didn't know. Yeah, there's only 18. Bullet, like 19. Well, there one guy counts. There's definitely not 20 or 21. Bullet mark. A red light shows up on my forehead. Ah, make sure you guys are stretching and drinking water. Oh my gosh, there's only 6 active Primarchs? Damn. How did they die? How did the rest of them die? Robert and the Lion is back. And I know, Fulgrim's back. Guess who's back? Make sure you're drinking water, guys. Okay, so we have Gilliman. We have the Lion. Robert. Yeah, Horus doesn't exist. He's, like, not able to ever exist again. Yeah. Manus Sanguinius died. Who's alive? Matari. I can't remember all of the Primarchs, honestly. Rowboat Girly Man. What is up with that guy? People really clown on him. Gilman Lion, Fulgrim, I can't say his name. Mortarion, Magnus, Angron. Unfortunately, Magnus. He's got a silly name. He really does. Or let's call him Robert. Mortarion is the Mortarion is the stinky one. Of course, like the one. Wait, what about Fulgrim? Wait, I think Fulgrim was in your list. But yeah, we've got a lot. Conrad Cruz. Oh yeah. I'm basically in Soul Hunter. They're immediately like, our Primarch is dead. I'm like, which one? Who died before I got here? Are absent. Oh, absent. Gotcha. Boy, is a Viking. Oh, BB, are you throwing up? Please. Oh, okay. She didn't throw up. She swallowed it. I have cats that are old and they basically... Teru, oh my god! Thank you for the raid! Oh my god, Teru! Welcome in, everybody. We were watching some Warhammer videos before we go and play Space Marines 1 for the first time. I'm so excited. Cease! Oh wait, did you reply back? Because I wanted to do... Let's see. Let's see if you replied. Did you see it? Yes! Okay, we're going to be playing Schedule 1, continuing Schedule 1 with Teru on Friday. So I'm very excited. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to have to find someone to replace Miwa because she can't do it. She's going to be doing something. But yeah, I'm excited. Thank you guys and welcome in. My name is Sunny. I'm a space bandit and Teru is my wife. And that's not true, but she's really cool. I'm not going to forget. This is an opportunity for me to be on top of it. Plus, it's gonna be on Friday, which I think I'm taking Friday off because I have so much like unpaid overtime just sitting around. So, yeah. Thank you for the raid, and let's chill and enjoy some Warhammer. Today is Warhammer Sundays. Not every day, every Sunday is Warhammer Sundays. Sometimes other things happen, but this time it's Warhammer Sundays. So. Yeah, let's enjoy. I hope you guys enjoy learning about Warhammer. Because I do, and it's an obsession of mine, and it's bad. So let's go!
To chapters of no more than 1,000 individuals at any given time. Now, even though this is supposed to be a hard and fast rule, there's a lot of chapters out there that kind of conveniently ignore this requirement. Now, it's difficult to put into perspective just how many Space Marines are out there, but it is estimated to be somewhere around 1 million. Although the actual number may be far higher as we don't have accurate numbers for all of the chapters.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a person limit, but some of them are just like, oh, you know what? No. And just keep making more. 1 million seems like kind of crazy.
Even still, the Space Marines are one of the greatest fighting forces at mankind's disposal, seemingly able to counter any strategy the enemy may throw at them. So I know what you're thinking here. If the Loyalist and Traitor Space Marines are genetically similar to one another, but one of them has been empowered by the Chaos Gods, then why do the Loyalists actually rank higher?
Because they
it's
cooperate.
Something I've referred to in this video series with a couple of different factions, but the number one thing is unity. You see, Loyalist Marines can count on their brothers to have their backs. And whether that be members of their own chapter or reinforcements from other chapters, they can all work together to accomplish certain goals. Chaos Space Marines are inherently selfish. Each one of them pretty much out for themselves above everything else.
Who the fuck is this? Who is this? And what's their phone number? What is their Vox number? The Black Templars? Bro, shut up.
And yeah, Loyalist Marines may have long-standing grudges between chapters, such as that between the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves, but Chaos Space Marines actively hate each other. One pretty interesting example of this can be found in the 8th edition Death Guard Codex, where it says that they do not view the forces of the Imperium as some great enemy. They just view them as ignorant and deeply misguided. And one day, the Death Guard will show them the error of their ways, and they will be joined together in unity when it comes to worshipping the Grandfather. However, they actively hate the Thousand Sons, as the Thousand Sons know the primordial truth of the universe, yet still choose to follow Magnus. Loyalist Astartes fight.
Oh, I see. So you can't plead ignorance. It's more like a fuck you. You don't think like me.
Like a unified force. Whereas the Chaos Space Marines are, for lack of better words, chaotic, which may cause them to be a very difficult enemy to fight, as you never really know what you're up against. But in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, knowing that you actually have brothers that you can rely on is one of the greatest strengths you can ask for.
Yo!
And at number 4, we have the Astra Militarum. So the Imperial Guard doesn't get nearly enough credit.
Are you kidding me? The Ant Army! Wait, okay. This is interesting because, like, I literally am like, there's no fucking way. Let him cook,
I know
let him
there's
cook.
definitely going to be someone in the comment section that is completely baffled that I would rank them higher than their beloved Ultramarines.
You're
but
right,
the fact of
it's
the matter
me.
is that more than 80% of the Imperium's fighting is done by the regular old men and women of the Astra Militarum.
The regular
Imperium is made
old
up of many different types
billions.
of warriors, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. And that's honestly...
It's fought by the men and women of the Astra Militarum for at least seconds at a time. At least seconds before they die.
its biggest strength.
Quantity
However,
is quality.
none
I
are
like
more
that.
prevalent than that of the Imperial Guard.
That's an interesting
I know the
take.
majority of the 40k novels tend to focus on Space Marines or other such individuals clad in power armor.
Yeah,
but the
true.
reality is that the universe is an incredibly large place. And the
Ooh.
forces of the Space Marines or the Custodians just can't be everywhere all at once.
I'm wondering if there's any good books about, like, the Astra Militarum.
So the Space Marines tend to act more like a supplement to the main force that is the Guard. It's honestly difficult to wrap your head around just how large the Astra Militarum truly is. They control vast legions of earth-shattering tanks and artillery, and seemingly infinite supplies of human fighters that drown out their enemy in wave after wave, sent in to crush all those that would stand in the Emperor's way.
How many babies do these people, like, okay, in the grim darkness of 40k, at least they do be fucking.
For every soldier that is killed in combat, there are 100 more ready to take their place.
They're really
now, when I was
fucking.
researching the Guard for this video, I found
Like,
a lot of
they are
different
not
conflicting numbers
stopping.
for them. But the most common figure that I found was that it's estimated there
God.
are around 30 trillion active
Darkness.
guardsmen. And that is just such
Damn.
an inconceivable number. Especially when you think about how there are only 1 million Space Marines. That's honest. Hold on a second, I gotta do some quick maths.
Where are they getting all these guys?
What's 30 trillion divided by 1 million?
30 trillion divided by 1 million is 30 million.
What?
That means that
That's still so many. Oh my god.
there are 30 million guardsmen for every single Space Marine. That's absolutely ridiculous. And using this
What? What? That is ridiculous. Okay, I'm starting to understand. This is the Ant Army. That's Acadian. I like your eyes. So, okay. This is a lowball estimate. Planetary send like 10,000 people a year from each planet? Damn. Okay, no, I get it. When you got millions of planets, well, it doesn't take that many from each to really make 30 trillion.
the same quick maths, that would mean there are 3 billion guardsmen for every single stode. I'll be honest with you, I wrote out 30 trillion when I was
Stodes.
scripting this out, but I hadn't really put together just how many that was.
It's a lot.
And I'm a little bit
Each
blown
stode.
away. The big boys in power armor are pretty powerful, but they're not that powerful. They're not dealing with 30 million or 3 billion guardsmen by themselves.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's starting
true.
to make a lot more sense why many of the sources that I've found point to the Guard as the largest cohesive fighting force in the entire galaxy.
Yeah.
Okay, getting back on track. So the Guard's
guys are
numbers
fucked
make them
up.
masters of attrition-style warfare, and they're mankind's first responders to pretty much any threat. Not to mention they're spread
True.
out all over the galaxy, maintaining thousands of different regiments and thousands of worlds,
Guys, I feel like a tank is too advanced. Can we get a spear in here? Can we get a spear?
all of which are normally in pretty strategic positions, ready to respond
Not
to
enough
any
people are
threat, no
dying.
matter where it may appear. And it's really easy to underestimate these guys since they're essentially just human, especially when you
That
compare
tank
them
is
to the
heresy,
limitless
downgrade.
threats found in the 40k universe. But the Guard are absolutely no joke,
Give me
and
some
are by far
betas.
the most powerful fighting force in the entire Imperium. And that's not even to mention the Imperial Navy,
Hmm.
which controls some of the largest fleets in the entire galaxy.
We got the
The
Navy.
Imperial Navy, to be fair, can arguably be called a different faction altogether. However,
Yeah.
that really depends on what era you're reading about, because during the Grand Crusade, they were both considered part of the same force. And even nowadays,
I
with
wanna
them
be in the
being
Imperial
technically
Navy.
separate entities, they're pretty intrinsically linked. The Guard operates as the frontline soldiers, while the Imperial Navy offers air and space support. But I think we've spent enough time on the Guard, so let's get into the top 3.
Yeah, top 3. I kind of get it now. All he needed to do was the division number, and I'd be like, yeah, that kind of adds up. It's just insane quantities of. It's just crazy.
And in the number 3 spot, we have the Orcs. If you thought the
Orcs.
numbers of the Guard were ridiculous, the Orcs
Incorrect.
take it to a
Orcs
whole new level.
is the
So the
best.
Orcs, or the unending green tide as some people like to call them, outnumber humanity 1,000 to 1.
Oh
Now, that's
my
a rough
God.
guesstimate, but that's not just talking about the Guard. That's
They're
all
cheating, they're
humans.
plants.
And across the million worlds of the Imperium, the human population is said to be in the quintillions. Yet despite that absolutely ridiculous number, the orcs still outnumber humanity. And honestly,
Holy
this makes
fuck.
a lot of sense, as they've been around for 60 million years. When a single orc dies,
yeah,
it
that's
sheds
true.
a whole bunch of spores, which grow into new orcs and reach maturity in about
That's
a year.
so
Each one of them is
funny.
quantifiably tougher and more dangerous than any normal human, many of which rival
It's
even
literally
that of
a
the
piece of-
Astartes.
it's
You
a
can think
plant.
of the orcs like a sentient fungus, being closer to that of mushrooms than people. They have an organ system very similar to humans, but the major thing about them is that not all of these organs are essential to life, meaning that an orc can suffer grievous injuries that would kill a normal human and keep on fighting. Needless to say, this makes their
Oh.
force incredibly resilient and hard to put down.
I didn't know
so
that.
not only are the orcs a seemingly unstoppable army that can quickly
mushroom.
overrun a planet's defenses,
blah,
but
blah,
once
blah,
a single
plant
orc shows up on your
mushroom,
planet,
fungus.
the infestation will linger practically indefinitely.
That
The
thing's a
orcs
plant.
also have this weird type of psychic
you're right, it's
power
fungus.
that we and even they themselves don't fully understand. It seems like they're able
mycella,
to
if you
bend
will.
reality to their whims, and in a sense, their beliefs actually become real. An orc psyker, known as a weird
The funny thing is that that's actually humans too. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
boy, may only be able to throw
Hold on. I just missed something super important.
their beliefs actually become real. An orc
Call a
psyker,
what?
known as a weird boy, may only be able to throw fireballs around because him and the orcs in his vicinity believe that he can.
There's no fucking way that they call orc psychers weird boys. That's what they used to call me. What do you mean a weird boy? This is canon? Dude, no fucking way. That is so, these are the goofballs of the fucking, of Warhammer. They call their doctors pain boys. No shot.
Orc engineers are able to basically smash wood and metal together and create massive war engines, or even spaceships.
Are
Now,
there
whether or not this
engineers,
is due to their ability
build
to
boys?
bend reality or some innate knowledge left over in their subconscious from their creators is still unclear. All of these factors combined make for one of the most powerful armies in the entire 41st
Oh my
millennium.
God.
However, the orcs are not
They're
without
buff.
their
They don't have to
weaknesses.
do anything to
You
get
see,
results.
The major problem with the orcs is that they're
The
incredibly
mech
ununified.
boys. They're
They
mech
have
boys.
no greater goals than to fight. And to be fair, that is what the old ones literally
Mech
bred them
boys.
for during the War in Heaven. Fighting to the orcs is like eating or drinking is to humans.
Purple
If
orc.
they go too long without a good scrap,
Never
they'll
seen
get
one.
physically sick. And orcs grow larger based on how many fights they've been
Yet.
in. And theoretically, there's no
Super
limit to
stealthy.
how large an orc can get. But despite the overwhelming amount of orcs that currently infest the galaxy, you can think of them as millions of unorganized groups just fighting millions of pointless wars in every sector of the galaxy at any given time. There's
just
no
going.
major arcing goal for the orcs, they just want to fight. And seeing as how the orcs
Oh.
only care about fighting, they're basically incapable of building an advanced society. Because if the orcs run out of enemies to clobber, they'll start fighting themselves. This is what makes the Prophet of Wog, Ghazghkull Thraka, such a threat, as he seems to be able to unite the orcs under his great Wog.
Oh,
But
kill
as
him.
of the time of this recording, even though he's gathered the largest Wog that the universe has ever seen,
Largest
he still
what?
hasn't united all of the orcs. If all of the orcs were truly to band together under a single banner and be aimed at Holy Terra itself, it could spell out the end times for humanity. But thankfully, that hasn't happened yet.
Oh
In the
my
number two
God.
spot-
I look over and my chat is 100% wah. It's just an endless stream of wah orcs. Who would win? My chat or the psychic calling of the orcs? Oh my God, let's fucking go. Okay. Continuing on. Orcs, green is the best. Orcs is the best. My chat could be orcs. If I walk up to an orc and I'm like, I'm an orc, and I'm able to convince them, do I turn into an orc? Can I be like, hey there, buddy. I am an orc. I just look weird. Orcs is the best. Wow. And will I just to us? I love it so much. I love that they break all the rules. I think genuinely, from what I've understood, the orc playstyle seems the most conducive to my personality of just kind of like, I work a day job that is a tech day job. I organize projects. I can be quite serious. When I'm playing games, I want to be a goofy idiot. I want to go big or go home. I want to roll a 1 and die. Or I want to roll a 6 and everyone else explodes. Fuck it, we've all. I like that. Old Lore Orc like faction starts called Digas, and the feral humans that paint their faces green. They believe they are orcs. That's so funny. Wait, I want that. That can be me. Wait, oh my god, wait. If I ever made an orc, oh my god. If I ever made an orc, like an orc, like tabletop legion, I would, or a faction, if I got like, the tabletop figures, could I have one Imperium of Man and paint them green? Flab and Boots. Sonny, the names orcs have all the other factions is even better. They have for other weird boy, pain boys, weck boys, weak boys, mech boys. I want that. I want it. I want one human being like, I'm an orc. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. We gotta let's continue on the Necrons. I will say every time we get to the orcs, it takes over my brain. It's so funny.
We have the Necrons. The technology level of the Necrons is unlike anything we've ever seen before. They are the oldest faction in the galaxy, and the weapons they bring to bear kind of put all of the creations of humanity to shame, as their technology is millions of years past our own. Each individual Necron is an undying warrior, their bodies made of a living metal known as the necrodermis, that can literally repair itself from all but the most catastrophic of injuries. If the damage is too great, the Necron can phase out of existence and back to the safety of their tomb world, where they can either be fully repaired or their consciousness can be downloaded into a new body, making them basically immortal. The problem with the Necrons is twofold.
Cheating.
The first is that not all of the tomb worlds have come online yet. Now the Necrons that have woken back up are split across multiple different dynasties, spread across the entirety of the Milky Way. And although the Necrons are more unified than most species, all of the dynasties have different goals and ambitions, which constantly conflict with one another. And when it comes to arrogance, the Necron may even surpass that of the Eldar. So alliances tend to be rather short-lived. The other major weakness is the ability to repopulate the species, as all of the Necrons that currently exist were the Necron tier from 60 million years ago.
They lost their peepees.
And the Necron tier went extinct. There is no way to make a new Necron warrior. They can surely build new ships and canoptic constructs, but once a Necron is truly and utterly destroyed, they have no ability to replace them. This is why one of the major goals for the Necrons is to reverse the process of biotransference, which is what made them into the Necrons we know today. You see, the idea is to download the Necron's consciousness into a host species, basically allowing them to pick back up where they left off 60 million years ago. These individuals would trade immortality for a normal life. However, the sentience of the host species would be completely wiped out, so needless to say, humanity's not volunteering for this. To put into perspective just how ludicrous the technology of the Necrons truly is,
I didn't think about it.
I want to tell you about this thing known as
the
Celestial
Celestial Orrery, into people,
which may be the most powerful weapon in existence. You see, it's basically a giant holographic map of the entire galaxy. Every single star, sector, and system are represented in perfect detail, and it actually updates in real time. So not only does the Celestial Orrery act like an incredibly powerful spying device that gives the Necrons access to insane levels of information, but the dark secret of the Orrery is that if an individual was so inclined, they could literally tap stars out of existence on it. If an individual was to tap one of the motes of light within the Celestial Orrery that represents a star, the corresponding star in real space would supernova.
What? That is fucking cheating. That is cheating beyond belief. How is it linked to reality? Cadia. No, I'm kidding. It's not Cadia. But that's ridiculous. They pop stars? What do you mean? For what reason? That's why they don't use it? It's just like, why? Necrons, am I right? Bro, what do you mean? Don't just Necrons, am I right? They're busted. They're pop stars. Stop it. Now I imagine Necrons fucking singing and dancing. No. No, they're not pop stars. They're not busting it down.
Causing absolutely catastrophic
Why would they
damage.
have this
Now,
this
thankfully,
technology?
there's one dynasty in particular that guards the orrery and won't let anyone else use it. They see themselves as gardeners of creation, plucking and trimming certain elements out of existence in order to preserve the timeline. Needless to say, many other Necron dynasties would love to get their hands on this thing, but they don't allow it. So it is theoretically possible that the Necrons could just tap Terra out of existence. However,
Bro.
the Orscar would never allow such a thing to happen, as the resulting consequences on the course of history would be absolutely uncountable. And despite how crazy the truth of the orrery is, there's actually a fact that's far crazier.
They've got like a
during
check and
the War in
balance system.
Heaven, the orrery wasn't completely unique, as there were many creations that were capable of damage on similar scales. Before the Silent King ordered all of the Necrons to go to sleep in their tomb worlds, he ordered the destruction of all of them, seeing as no good could come from weapons of such immense destructive capability.
Fair.
However, the
fair.
Celestial Orrery was given the pass and was allowed to remain functional. So if this thing was seen as safe enough to be allowed to continue to exist, we can only imagine how powerful these other weapons could have been. And it's probably a really good thing for the galaxy that they don't exist anymore.
So basically the other weapons, they were just like, it's fine. Like, this one was the sure. You can keep that one. Yeah, that one's fine. It gets a pass from me, boss. That's
okay, so we
crazy.
have one faction left to go on this list, and although in my opinion they are more of a threat to humanity than the Necrons, ironically, the Necrons probably stand the best chance at beating them compared to every other race in the galaxy.
The number
I'm
one,
talking, of course, about the number one slot, the
Tyranids.
So it is my opinion that at this moment in time in the 41st millennium, there is no greater threat to the galaxy than that of the Tyranids. They are seemingly infinite in numbers and are able to adapt to any situation. They come in infinite variations, each more
ants.
horrifying than the last, and for all intents and purposes are the ultimate life form. Now
I'm confused. Why haven't they tried bug spray? Are they dumb?
I have mentioned the concept of unity many times throughout this video when it comes to determining the power of a certain faction. The Tyranids are possibly the most united faction that has ever existed, as they are all technically the same organism.
They tried,
Every single one of the quintillions of Tyranids in our galaxy are not just the same species, but they are all
Why is this Tyranid emo? When I was a young Tyranid, my hive master,
seemingly part of the same creature. They're all controlled by an impossibly vast intelligence known as the hive mind, a creature we really don't know much about, other than it exists outside of the Milky Way and is able to control all of the Tyranids simultaneously. This means that this thing is able to synchronize incredibly complex battle strategies across billions of battlefields at the same time.
So I have a question about the art. Sometimes I find like crazy cool art, but it's like damn low res like this. I'm like, where is there nowhere online that like the creator of this franchise of fucking games, Mr. Games, has like this uploaded in high res official books? That's before 2000. They can't like do anything about this. Pre-2012, dude, it's old, but like there's gotta be an original file somewhere. Old scans from books. Oh my god. Come on, guys, we gotta find the originals here.
This is absolutely unthinkable. Not even the most advanced supercomputers in the world are capable of such a thing. And considering that the hive mind knows literally everything that any single Tyranid has ever learned, and is capable of controlling quintillions of Tyranids at the exact same time, this would put the hive mind on the level of a god. And what's even more horrifying than this is that it is said that all of the Tyranids we have currently seen in the Milky Way are nothing but the Scouts, and that they have already conquered every other galaxy. Now, whether or not this is true or not, we don't really know.
Oh my god, I hate it.
It would mean that the Milky Way is the last remaining bastion of sentient species, and once we're gone, there will be nothing but Tyranids. So the Tyranids as a species are supposed to represent the never-ending swarm, wave after wave of horrifying creatures, from an endless plague of gaunts and gene stealers to the massive Hierophant biotitans, all the way up to their ships, which are technically just massive Tyranids that can measure over 10 miles in length. Now, if their numbers weren't terrifying enough, the fact that they're able to adapt quickly to new situations should be equally concerning. The Tyranids are often noted as being something like evolution on steroids. Now, when fighting the Tyranids, certain tactics cannot be used for very long, as the Tyranids learn and find new ways to counter them incredibly quickly. Whether it be through the ability to adapt new strategies to counter the enemy, or the fact that they can evolve in any way they need to, the Tyranids are never without options. If the enemy is, say, using enormous amounts of anti-tank rounds, the Tyranids can adapt to have even more armor. Is their target relying heavily on bunkers or fortified positions? Then the Tyranids will just produce more burrowing units to attack from underneath. Too many colossal titans on the battlefield?
Stop thinking,
well,
you're already like a bug.
Their own. There have even been examples of factions like the Death Guard trying to use poison or disease to combat them.
What the
Only for them to
hecky?
quickly develop to be immune. Even Grandfather
What?
Nurgle
What?
finds the Tyranids unbelievably
Quickly?
frustrating to fight. And at this point, the
What do you mean
Tyranids outnumber
quickly?
even
This is not fair. Quickly is like, you gotta give me 100 years on this. This is actually the Hunter x Hunter bugs. So it's just like, they learn, they're fast, there's a million of them. They advance quickly. And don't they also like get the evolutionary traits of what they eat? Or am I thinking about fucking SpaceMarines getting the brains of those who they eat?
and the orcs.
Sometimes
And
they
as long as
can.
organic matter for them to
Goddamn.
consume still exists in our galaxy, there will always be more Tyranids. From my perspective, the Tyranids really
What do
don't
they
have
do?
a weakness that I could point out. They
We need to get the Necron. Yeah, they do have a... Okay. Explode a sun. I think they will be weak to that. I think they are very weak to a supernova, and we have the Necrons, who... They have a weakness, the Necrons. Their weakness is like ultra weapons. Just how vast they are. Did that. What? What sun? Okay, explode the suns in a ring around the Milky Way and leave no gap to the Milky Way. They're probably planet hopping to get here. You tried it? Try again. They can't eat Necrons. I see. But the Necrons need to take care of these guys before they find a host species and go into it. They can't consume. Oh my god, I just imagine little dink, dink, dink as they're taking little bites out of the Necrons. They're like, oh, this sucks. They're too weak for chaos right now. They can't absorb demon flesh yet. Oh. Just do a ring around the galaxy. Do a little, get all the suns out of there and make it like a big nothing's there. So, you know, ask the Inquisitor. I feel like asking an Inquisitor anything gets you put on a list. I feel like the second you're like, Inquisitor, hey, they're like, that's heresy. You fucking heretic. And you just explode. Explodes your curious human with mind. Not the asked question. Okay, let's continue. Let's finish up the Tyranids
They
here.
have near perfect unity. They're able to adapt to any new situation. They outnumber every single species in the galaxy combined. And with the help of their gene stealer cults, are able to infiltrate any world they want. But if I had to come up with a weakness,
Cheating.
the major one that I would point out is they don't have the ability to travel faster than the speed of light, and they don't utilize the warp to travel. At the end of the day,
big
their
brain?
ships are just migratory animals. So this takes them an incredibly long time to reach
Oh.
their destination. They're giving their enemies an incredibly long time to prepare for them. However, most of the time they don't even
see.
get that opportunity, as they have this thing known as the Shadow in the Warp, which is a massive psychic disturbance that the Tyranids produce that can shut down psychic powers on the battlefield. But it also renders their fleets
Oh.
almost completely invisible to detection systems. Additionally,
What?
the Tyranids do have a reliance on what is known as a synaptic link. You see, the hive mind
Don't eat my
influence spreads
blueberry.
across impossible distances, but it does this through certain Tyranid species that act as a conduit for its commands. Tyranids that
Okay.
get too far out of range of such a link end up reverting into little more than feral beasts. They're still incredibly dangerous, but they're not the unified fighting force that they once were.
I want them to have like really bad ping. Like the further they get, like they just start like reacting really, really slowly. They're like, that's literally a thing. It exists. Oh my god, everything I thought of is like already done. It's so funny. They're like, it's like somebody like slashes them across their face and they're like, I missed. They start rubber banding. Oh my god. The response is not correct. They can't even stop functioning. Oh. DDoS the hive mind. What if we can figure out how to hack the hive mind? I guess that would be like the way. Pee yourself, Tyranids, and they all do that, and then they die of embarrassment immediately. And they're like, fuck, it's over, guys. We can't continue.
Every single day that goes by, more and more Tyranids are produced. And the noose they have created that is tightening around the throat of the Milky Way galaxy is getting tighter and tighter.
Damn.
With every other major faction in this list, there's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. If the orcs ever manage to make a list of goals and objectives, they're going to be incredibly powerful. If Abaddon is able to fully reunite the Chaos Warbands once again, for longer than just a single Black Crusade, it's going to be a major problem. If the Necron's tomb worlds start to come online all at once, it's going to be a major problem. If the Tau are allowed to continue advancing for another few thousand years, then they may dominate the galaxy. And as I'm sure you can see, there seems to be a pattern here. There's a lot of determining factors when it comes to where they're going to end up in the future. But as of right now, the Tyranids are the apocalyptic level threat. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes with the Tyranids. They are definitely the apex predator when it comes to all of the sentient species of the Milky Way. And if things continue as they're going now, we will all end up being nothing more than bug food. Now I know this video has run a lot.
Gone in 50K. I'm calling it. I'm calling. They will be deleted. To soy. They're not. You can't call the Tau soy. But I think the Tyranids, they're gonna fix this like inevitable doom thing and just make them like kind of guys.
Longer than all of my other ones.
But they
if
are?
you've made
Oh,
it this
shit.
far, I feel like a quick explanation for this list needs to be done. Just to give you a clearer picture of what the universe actually looks like.
They're literally
now,
soy
it's easy to
boys?
say that something like the Tau Empire is stronger than the Sisters of Battle. I think this goes without saying. But what you have to remember is that the Sisters, or even the Astra Militarum, only represent one portion of the Imperium as a whole. This goes as well for the
Sisters
forces
were
of
on
the
this
Eldar
list.
Empire or the forces of Chaos. When you
God
take these
damn it.
alliances into account,
The Sisters are weaker than the fucking Tau. This is
the list
GG.
starts to look more like this. I would still rate the Tyranids as my #1 pick for the most dangerous faction in the entire galaxy. That's not going to change. The bugs are scary.
I can't understand
But the
these.
Imperium of Man as a unified whole scores a lot higher, whereas something like the Tau Empire ends up back near the bottom of the
Honorable
list.
mention?
One
Oh,
of
I
these
don't know.
factions is just
They're
vastly
small.
larger than the other. Now, the great thing about the 41st
Make 'em
millennium
bigger.
is that you could honestly, in good faith, make an argument that any one of these factions could potentially be the strongest, if certain criteria are met.
This is the hey, don't get mad at me in the comments section. This is the, by the way, don't be angry. It's not that bad. Your favorite faction could be strong. I promise you. Too late. I'm mad. No. But I like it.
What are your thoughts? Would you change the order of this list?
Okay, give me a second. I can't fucking believe the Sisters of Battle aren't on this list, you dick. Don't you see how cool and sexy they are? Blocked. Alright, you give a subscribe and a like, and we're gonna move on to the next video. I'm not gonna send that comment. So the second most requested actually was this Emperor of Man, the Rise of Humanity, but I think we're gonna have to save this for next time just because it is too long. Coward! You're right. I sent it for you. No, this is a bit. Don't comment that. This is a bit. I don't think they necessarily did top 10. Although Celestine is probably going to be in this top 10 most powerful characters. No, fuck. Maybe because like she's not okay because most of the Primex are dead, right? Guys, I do unfortunately need to take a piss really quickly though. So we're going to take a little break here. Let me add my BRB text. Do that, and we'll be right back after this brief intermission. Enjoy some anime music. All right, see you guys in a second, okay? We're gonna watch this right when I come back. Okay, I also made coffee, and that is brewing. So I am gonna get up in a second once that is all done. I have successfully pissed, not to brag. Welcome back, Mom. Mom? Well, I am young and spry. I also had a big bite of cheese. Did you wash your hands? I did. And I had to because when I took a walk, I took a walk this morning. It was a really, really nice day. And I was picking onion grass. as one does, being a mental toddler. Psychic damage. Now unwash them. Type of cheese. My favorite cheese is probably brie or camembert. I like the creamy cheeses. I like Gouda for making like pastas, and Parmesan, but for just snacking, brie probably. Do you see the onion grass? I do not. I've never sung that in my life. All right, guys. So the next video we are watching is the top 10 most powerful characters in Warhammer. This is another one by Wes Warhammer. Yeah, we're gonna start this maybe 5 or so minutes in. I'm gonna get up and make myself a cup of coffee. It's decaf because I have work tomorrow. So sad. And this is gonna be our last one before we dive into Space Marines 1. Ohio. So I see Japanese viewers in. Yeah. This is Wes Warhammer. Wes Hammer. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
The Warhammer franchise is full of ludicrously powerful characters, and it makes sense, because it seems like just about everything in this universe is designed to kill you in the most...
I'm gonna restart this to be at the proper audio. 今から会社行きます。頑張って。はい。いってらっしゃい。
The Warhammer franchise is full of ludicrously powerful characters, and it makes sense, because it seems like just about everything in this universe is designed to kill you in the most horrifying way imaginable. But despite the plethora of transhuman super soldiers, golden demigod guardians, immortal killing machines, and masters of the psychic arts, there are entities that dwell just beyond the stars that make them...
This is how I feel before I clip my fingernails.
...all look like ants by comparison.
Oh,
beings of unimaginable destructive potential that can sunder entire worlds.
I've never seen that art before. I like that though.
Terrifying armies at a whim. From the dark and sinister chaos gods to the ancient and terrifying Catan, from the master of mankind to a pair of bumbling orc deities too busy fighting each other to do much of anything else.
The orc deities. I know nothing about them, but I like that they exist, and I hope they're as goofy as the orcs. I also forgot that Catan are technically not dead.
These are the top 10 most powerful entities in the entire 40K franchise.
Individuals,
and apologies ahead of time if my voice is a little raspy. I'm actually getting over a cold. All
it's
right,
just gonna be...
with all that out of the way, let's dive headfirst into the grimdark.
Okay. It's gonna be... What do you guys think is going to be here? Sonny, of course, I'm gonna be number 1, as 40,000 years from now, I have ascended. But it's gonna be like Chaos God, Chaos God, Chaos God. Orc deities, any god, the fucking clown god. I think it's gonna just be gods.
Number 10, Kegarak.
There's a fucking clown god!
Is the Eldari trickster god, most commonly associated with the faction
I was right!
Now, over the years, he has gone by many names, including the Laughing God or the Great Fool. He is one of the only surviving members of the Eldari pantheon, as aside from himself, Cain the god of war, and Isha the goddess of healing, each of the other deities would be systematically hunted down and murdered by the newborn chaos god Slaanesh. The legend goes...
What the freaky? I didn't know... I didn't know that the Eldari had, like, living gods that just got killed. Also, where were these gods when, like... They were gooning 24/7.
That due to his mocking nature and aloof personality, he was able to distance himself from the acts of hedonism and debauchery that would eventually give rise to Slaanesh in the first place. When the Chaos God was born, he escaped into the webway, where he remained largely unaffected, while the rest of the Pantheon would inevitably be cut down. If you're unfamiliar with the webway, it's a pocket dimension that exists between universes. It's many paths spider web across the galaxy, allowing those who can parse its secrets to travel great distances without facing the dangers of utilizing the warp for travel. Kegarak is rumored to have picture-perfect knowledge of all of the infinite paths and corridors within the webway, and he thus imparts that knowledge upon his followers.
Is this him? Or is this a follower?
Allowing the Harlequins to seemingly appear and reappear anywhere across the galaxy. Kegarak's power does not necessarily come in the form of brute force, and more so in his guile and ability to manipulate. It was he who tricked the Catan into devouring their kin, but we'll touch on them a little bit later in this video.
Wait, whoa, he's fucking crazy! What? Wait, let me go back. Ability to manipulate...
...into devouring their kin, but we'll touch on them a little bit later in this video.
Damn!
Buried deep within the webway itself is an Eldari craft world known
That's
as the
some
Black
crazy
Library.
manipulation.
The Black Library
He's
is
a little
said to be
shit.
a repository of all the knowledge the Eldar as a species ever managed to gain into the entities that live within the warp. And thus
Damn.
it is fiercely guarded by the Harlequins. At the center of the Black Library exists a legendary tome that has been locked with spiritual chains since the collapse of the Eldar Empire. However, as we move into the 42nd millennium, those chains have finally been broken. Supposedly, the book contains the words of Kegarak himself, and written within a certain
my phone just
passage
died.
is a
Give me a second. Oh my god, it hasn't been on. It was not plugged in this whole time. It closes everything at 5%, so I can just open it again. He's the moon from Soul Eater. That giant ass moon. Okay, there we go. How do we end up here? We ended up here by starting to watch videos, and that's all it took. So enjoy.
prediction contains the words of Kegarak himself, and
Our
written
boy.
within a certain passage is a prediction of a new future path that completely circumvents the inevitable destruction of the universe by the Chaos Gods, an event the Eldar refer to as Ranadandra.
Rana
The
Dandra.
Laughing God uses his followers, and very specific entities known as Shadow Seers, to make sure certain events happen at certain times in very specific ways. They view
What?
the entire galaxy as a stage, and each and every living creature as an actor in the grand performance. By making sure certain events come to pass, they thus will manifest Kegarak's alternative future into existence.
What the heck? This is nutty. I had no idea this guy was more than anything like, I thought he was just a clown. I thought this was very like orcs. Like clowns are serious clowns are clowns. But no, they're actually trying to like prevent. They're 70D chess players. Gotcha. Yeah, they're like kind of Zeechy. They're just trying to like, I guess they're like, okay, Chaos Gods, and it's like Marvel Endgame. How many universes did you see, Doctor Strange? And how many did we win in? One. So like they're just trying to make sure like the Chaos Gods don't win in the end, so they're grand scheming.
He's one of the most intentionally mysterious and cryptic characters in the entirety of 40k lore, but his influence can be felt in just about every major pivotal event over the last couple thousand years. For
Okay.
example, even though Yvraine and the Eldar God of the Dead are often credited with the resurrection of Guilliman, it was actually one of his Shadow Seers that pushed Belisarius Cawl to continue his research into the Cadian pylons.
Bro, I have no idea. I know that I know Guilliman was a head. He was like all head. There was no such thing as no head because he was all head. I don't know how he came back. I didn't know it was the gods here.
Which not only
Canadian
gave Cadia a fighting chance
Canadian pylons. Is that what that? Let's see.
to continue his research into the Cadian pylons.
The subtitles are hilarious.
Which not only gave Cadia a fighting chance against the Despoilers' incursion,
That was
but would
Ferrus Manus?
also lead
Ah,
him to the
different guy.
discovery of certain minerals that would
Gotcha.
eventually be used in the Armor of Fate, the suit of armor that was used in Gilliman's
many men.
resurrection. Not to mention, some believe that Kegarak was directly responsible for
So was Guilliman just dead? He still had a body. Oh, okay, so he was just fine. Ferrus Manus was no head. Gotcha. So this guy is just, he was just dying. He died for a second. This is a I got better moment. He was in stasis. Oh my god. Okay, so he fought Fulgrim and almost died. And then came back. Then he was just like, I literally am kidding. BB, are you good, hun? What's going on? My cat has stuff on her and she's trying to lick it off. Did you do something? Did you step in something? I don't know what that is, but she's got blue on her paws. I am assuming she went through my trash can. Let's back up a little bit.
used in Gilliman's resurrection. Not to mention, some believe that Kegarak was directly responsible for Ynid's resurrection in the first place. But we'll get into that in another video.
Damn.
Number 9, the Catan.
Cats
The
love
Catan
blue
were
video.
known to be ancient and frighteningly powerful star gods, created at the beginning of time out of the fundamental energies of the universe. They were incorporeal and formless beings whose appetite was so insatiable that they literally drained the life from the stars they encountered by wrapping themselves entirely around them and snuffing them out of existence. This would plunge
He's hungry.
all of the life-bearing worlds in the surrounding systems
we can't have
into
a snack
complete and total
nowadays.
darkness, confining
snack
all
of
of the
sun.
living species that dwelt there to the halls of extinction. These ancient creatures would end
Damn.
up forming an alliance with the Necron tier in a war against their hated rivals, the Old Ones. It was the Catan that tricked their allies into throwing themselves into the Great Furnaces, causing them to shed their bodies of flesh to instead exist as an engram copy of consciousness.
Hey, thank you so much. R35 is what I'm gonna call you. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you.
Within a living metal form. Together, they would war against the Old Ones and their creations, in a war that spanned the entirety of the Milky Way and was known as the War in Heaven. They had, however, deceived their allies, and when the Necron tier shed their bodies of flesh, the Catan would gorge themselves on their souls. This would result in them
Very
becoming
tasty.
ascended and reaching even more insane and terrifying heights of power. At their peak, they were said to be able to raise entire worlds.
Moji, thank
You're
you.
so cool, and I wish there was more time in the day to watch you. Dan. Pause.
You're
serving already
serving?
from that tease. WTHHHH.
Just for reference, and I'm gonna put this in. The editor put it in the video. If this becomes a video, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm gonna look up and see if this guy has any other reacts, because that's the biggest indicator if he's cool with it. But on May 4th, heyo, new outfit. New outfit reveal. Yeah, this looks a little crazy, but because there's color on it. Oh, it's too big. Yeah. New outfit. So, yeah. So make sure you're here. It's going to be on, that's going to be on May 4th. It's going to be like an all-day event. That's in 2 weeks. I teased it today officially for the first time. And next week there's going to be a trailer with more information what we're doing on the day. So I'm sure I'll be telling you guys, but I'm very excited. This took, my first email to this artist was in September of last year. So it's been a very, very long time been working on this. MILF study. It's not a MILF skin. It's not MILF. But all right, back to learning about how the Catan eat entire worlds and the Necrons for breakfast.
With a single glance and extinguish entire systems by summoning forth reality warping black holes. However, despite their truly awe-inspiring power, their own hubris would end up being their downfall. Now, as I mentioned earlier in this video, it was actually the laughing god of the Aldari that slowly manipulated the Catan against one another. They would end up feeding on each other until only 5 were left: the Flayer, the Deceiver, the Nightbringer, the Void Dragon, and the Outsider.
Wait, this manipulation clown is actually kind of sick.
Necrons would eventually turn on their would-be gods, and the Maynard dynasty would destroy the Flayer outright. The Void Dragon would end up wounded and flee to Earth in order to prey on humanity. It was ultimately defeated by the Emperor and imprisoned upon Mars. The Nightbringer and the Deceiver would end up shattered, and the Outsider, said to be the most powerful of all of them, would end up being driven into insanity by the lingering bits of consciousness in its mind of all of the other Catan it had consumed. The voices eventually caused it to flee our galaxy in a self-imposed exile. Not much is known about it past this, so it's difficult to quantify its abilities.
I thought they ripped them apart. I thought they kind of like, it was the clown. Apparently the clown is like linked back to a lot of shit. The Harlequins are scary. I already don't like clowns. Jesters, however.
That being said, it is believed that the Outsider is the only living intact Catan, and if the Mad Star God was to ever return to the Milky Way, it would be an apocalyptic level threat. When it comes to figuring out just how strong the Catan are, we can look to their shards. The shards themselves are the only thing that remains of the Catan after they were enslaved and shattered by the Necrons. These are some of the most powerful weapons and energy sources that the Necrons have at their disposal, and are unleashed upon the battlefield when they encounter a particularly stubborn enemy that refuses to yield before Necron superiority. Despite the fact that they exist in a fractured state, each one is said to be a being of near unlimited power, manifesting energy blasts made of pure antimatter, dominating the minds of lesser beings in their vicinity, manipulating the flow of time, and even banishing those that stand before them to alternate realities. The 8th edition Necron Codex tells us that their power is limited only by their immense and terrifying imaginations. The Catan shards of the Nightbringer are said to be some of the most powerful the Necrons have access to, which makes sense, as the Nightbringer was the incarnation of death itself, a creature that delighted in inflicting pain and suffering, and was said to be the one that introduced the emotion of fear to the physical universe. It destroyed entire star systems on a whim and gorged itself on the agony it inflicted on countless billions.
Bro, I feel like we could use these things. Why you kind of listen? I wasn't gonna say it, but like that is we are in danger territory here with that being like a flowy cape. And do what you wish, Mr. Fear. But only thing I'm fearing right now is demonetization. Am I right? Don't do the lick emote. Look, I didn't do it. I'm just saying. Somebody else pointed it out, and I agreed. It's all, we're all, you know.
It's generally believed
what was
by
I
the
saying
Warhammer
before this? I can't
that
remember.
At the apex of their power, the Catan were easily the most powerful beings to have ever existed solely in the physical universe.
Oh yeah, we could use these guys.
Assume they were the equal to the
Licky
Chaos
Ball.
Gods, albeit the physical universe's version of them. However, this belief exists solely in the realm of speculation. As far as I'm aware, there is no actual source that states this to be true, or gives us a real actual grasp on just how ludicrously powerful they actually were. It's unfortunately one of those things that's just left up to our imagination. Now, if we were to take the absolutely ridiculous power of a single Catan shard and magnify it by 1,000 to get an idea of just how powerful a fully powered Catan actually was,
How do they take these guys down?
Admittedly pretty horrifying.
How do they take this guy down? If they took these guys down, so Necrons beat the Catan, shattered them. How did you do it? Like, and now aren't they still using the Catan as an energy source with great difficulty? By the Necrons being uber powerful. What the fuck? Would they just explode a sun? When this guy went to eat a sun, were they like, oops, and hit the button and exploded that one? Star killer weapons, oh yeah, I guess. Damn. That's like a lot. They can snuff out stars. Yeah, but this guy has unlimited power times 1,000. That's all fuck ton. I did the math, and it equals a fuck ton.
These would be entities that could destroy entire systems or vast sections of space with a snap of their fingers. But as it stands, this is still all just speculative. We don't know how many individual shards of each Catan exist. It could be a few dozen or thousands. Though due to just how big of a deal each one is made out to be, it's likely that they are relatively rare. We also have to bear in mind that the Catan were ultimately defeated and enslaved by the Necrons, a species that is definitely insanely powerful, not to take anything away from the Necrons. But despite that, the shattering of the Catan is a factual example of a mortal race killing or enslaving gods. That is to say, a similar occurrence has never occurred with the Chaos Gods. Such an idea is pretty much unthinkable. So because of this, despite how powerful the Catan are, they just aren't quite on the same level as the Chaos God.
That would be so fucking cool. Can you imagine, like, the Eldari in 50, 60, 70k are just like, yeah, we have Slaanesh and like, we put her in a jar. And this is just where she is now. We figured it out, guys.
Number 8, Cain. Cain, also known as Caelim and Chicane or Cain the Bloody-Handed, is the bloodthirsty Eldari god of war, wrath, and destruction. During the War in Heaven, Cain would end up in a battle with the Nightbringer, where he subsequently defeated it, shattered its necrodermis body, and, adding further insult to injury, hurled its scythe into the warp. So, in a sense, Cain was able to defeat the figurative and semi-literal embodiment of death itself. This fight would, however, have major consequences for Cain, as the shattered body of the Catan
I've seen art of this guy, but I didn't know who he was.
Many of them piercing its flesh and forever tainting Cain's body with its essence. Since Cain is a mythological figure, other than this fight with the Nightbringer.
Do you think if the Eldari put Slaanesh in a jar, they'd go back to Yuri all the time? I hope not. Possibly, probably.
We don't get a lot of insight into just how powerful they actually are. So instead, we will turn to the avatars of Cain, which exist as a sliver of his true power. An avatar of Cain is a fiery manifestation of Cain's wrath, an entity that towers over the battlefield and can cleave armored vehicles in half with a single swing of their sword. They leave a burning trail of destruction in their wake wherever they go, and are constantly surrounded by a swirling inferno that causes everything in their vicinity to burst into flames.
I'm
Much
cold
like how the god
all the time, and I would like
was
to be one
known
of
for
these.
its unquenchable thirst for battle. The Avatar will not rest until all of the enemies of the Eldari and all of their fortifications are left as nothing more than smoldering ruins.
Oh, they serve the Eldari
Avatars
then?
can inflict is absolutely legendary. despite the fact that many
Yo.
40K authors have unfortunately disrespected them by using them as a simple plot device to show off just how strong their main characters are. Regardless of this plot-based nonsense,
yeah.
the reality is these monstrosities are some of the most powerful weapons the Eldar have access to.
So I get what you mean by using them as plot devices. That happens so often when it's just not popular enough for people to be cheering for these guys, but they're supposed to be strong. So all we do is show off them die.
Each and every one existing is only a sliver of
Yeah,
Kane's
it
full
happens.
unfractured power. The fact that Kane was able to kill the Nightbringer in its full unshattered form is an absolutely remarkable feat, and is why he ranks above the Catan in the list.
Remarkable
However,
feat.
Kane himself would in fact be defeated by a different
Show
god,
me these
and in a
feet.
twist of fate similar to that of the Catan, would end up shattered into thousands of fragments. Number 7. Slaanesh. Slaanesh, also known as
Slaanesh?
the Dark Prince or She Who Thirsts.
Tell me I've been saying it wrong. I will fucking scream. It's Slaanesh, right? Don't say Slaanesh. Is it? Why is he saying it like that? It's Slaanesh. So is this just a troll? I mean, to be fair, they do spell it with 2 A's, it seems. Slaanesh. You've been saying it wrong? Shit. I mean, there are 2 A's in the spelling, no? He's pronouncing it weird, but it's a made-up name. Slaanesh. Dude, there's no way. I gotta call her Slaanesh. It's Slaanesh. Slaanesh? Dude, I can't do it now. Tell him in the comments. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna tell the Mr. Warhammer that he's saying it wrong. Mr. Warhammer, I think I disagree with your spelling, your pronunciation of the fake name that is made up, Slaanesh, and I'm making a big deal about it by telling you. Oh my god, don't look at my spelling. Don't.
Is the chaos god of excess, hedonism, debauchery, and all things kinky
Listen.
and depraved.
Listen.
Every single sentient creature.
You also missed the pronouns? Is it not she? Am I allowed to use he, she, and they? Because they say the prince and she.
no matter
as
how
well, I don't
stoic,
know.
is not completely free from desire, whether it be physical, mental, or spiritual. We all have needs and wants that we wish to
gotcha.
see fulfilled. Likewise, these
whatever you
desires
want.
exist upon
Gotcha.
a precipice, and if pushed too far, can descend into full-blown obsession. That which
Everything.
She Who Thirsts feeds upon.
I did it.
Desire can come in infinite forms. It could be something humble, like a starving laborer that desires nothing more than food for their family. Something
You
a bit
greedy
more
bitch.
ego-driven, like a politician's lust for
You
power. Or on the
desirous,
depraved end of the spectrum, the
depraved
sadistic killer's
farmer.
inclination to inflict pain. Whenever a mortal
boy.
gives into temptation of any form, they are unknowingly courting Slaanesh.
It's been 2 months already? Damn.
Damn. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you staying sub. Let's go. Oh, tier 2. Thank you. Thank you, Kane. It helps a lot. Those tier 2s. Let's go. I got to get some emotes specifically in tier 2. I appreciate it.
Whenever a mortal gives into temptation of any form, they are unknowingly courting Slaanesh. The act of giving in pushes them further along a dark path towards depravity and insanity. Slaanesh will then guide the individual to seek out ever more heightening extremes, eventually leaving them as an addict that can only experience pleasure through the darkest and most sadistic of actions. Slaanesh watches from
Oh
their
boy.
dark realm in utter delight as the galaxy descends further into debauchery. They view mortals as nothing more than
Degen.
playthings, toys that were
Debauchery is
designed
used
to be
so
poked,
much in these
prodded,
videos.
and manipulated.
Anytime Slaanesh, oh, okay, guys, this would be a genuine challenge. Anytime you are watching a Warhammer video and debauchery is used in the same while describing Slaanesh, take a shot and get smashed in moments. Guys, I forgot about my coffee. Let me really quickly go grab a cup of coffee here. I'll be right back. Take me 2 seconds. I'm back. Give Did you miss me? I have a little cup of coffee. It's decaf, and I felt like I needed something sweet. So it's got a little bit... I literally need new monitors because everything I look up about why my monitor flashes, I've changed my settings a ton. All of them are saying it's a frame rate issue. It's so annoying. But I use like an ancient monitor, and it's a hook rate and my frame rate problem, and it's different from when I stream in, and blah 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 blah. Anyway, let's get back to it.
As nothing more than playthings, toys
Debauchery.
that were designed to be poked, prodded, and manipulated. Slaanesh is the youngest of the 4 gods, and thus is generally viewed as the weakest. Although this description can be misleading. Slaanesh's power is far more subtle and manipulative than, say, the raw strength of Khorne or the voracious diseases of Nurgle. Their demons, likewise, are primarily designed to invoke the desperate and hedonistic desires of mortal hearts. They are entities formed of contradiction,
They try to make
jarringly
you
graceful
fuck.
and repugnantly beautiful. Enchanting, yet ultimately horrifying.
Vampires.
Much like how Slaanesh themselves is said to be so disarmingly beautiful and alluring that no mortal can look upon them without instantly losing their soul.
What? Dude, how many... Okay, this Warhammer, the second Warhammer hits, like, book talk, like TikTok women fairy stuff, it's GG. We're gonna get books about this shit. We're gonna get people being like, there's gonna be a Slaanesh X-Reader like publication somewhere.
Slaanesh was born from the
I've seen
rampant
it.
degeneracy that had come to infect Eldar society after the War in Heaven. The
I can fix
depraved
it.
energy the species generated
I can
gestated
fix
in
it.
the warp before finally reaching a breaking point, which gave birth to a new Chaos God. The resulting birth scream literally
Nutted a
ripped a
Chaos
hole
God.
in reality, and the resulting shockwave killed each and every Eldar on every world for hundreds of light years. The terrible wound in reality where the two universes now overlap is what we know today as the Eye of Terror. Immediately after their birth,
Oh.
Slaanesh would go on an absolute
So wait a second, when Slaanesh was born, that created the Eye of Terror?
murderous rampage and would kill all
Nice
of the
eye
gods
nipples.
of the Eldar pantheon, with the exception of Isha, Cain, and Kegarak. So despite how ridiculously powerful each of them were,
Wow.
they were nothing
I
in
did not know
comparison
that.
to She Who Thirsts, who systematically slaughtered each and every one of them, without taking a rest between each kill. Kegarak managed to
Damn.
escape into the webway, whereas Isha was spared by Slaanesh but then ultimately kidnapped by Nurgle. Cain would be the last one
Isha.
on Slaanesh's hit list, but even against a god who had just battled multiple other deities, he was no match for the Dark Prince and ended up shattered into thousands of shards. I'll point
Oh.
out that being the weakest of the 4 Chaos Gods is kinda like being the weakest heavyweight champion of the world. Yeah, some other title holder would
Yeah.
probably beat them if they both fought during their prime, but against the rest of us normies, it would be an absolute slaughter. It's also important to note that when we talk about the Chaos Gods and
Slanesh did
just how
Cadia?
powerful
Oh,
they are,
shit.
the lore states that at
Slanesh
one point
sucks.
each and every one of them was the most powerful. With Slanesh, it definitely would have
I
been
would
right
kiss
after
them.
their birth. Because
But
of this,
they
I'm going to
suck.
be ordering the Chaos Gods where they fall in the hierarchy as of the 42nd millennium. Number 6.
I know we're up to the 42nd millennium, like, but what does that mean? Are we like inching our way to 50K? And question, like, does that mean we don't look back? We're not like looking back at 40K. When we move on to 41K, sorry. Does that mean we're no longer in 40K and we're just in 41K now? And I freaking forget 0 to 1 is technically 1 still. Stories can be set at any time. A timeline is moving forward now. Gotcha. They're like, we got to change the setting a little bit. 40.5. Gotcha. 50K is coming out in 60 years. It's got to happen, guys.
Nurgle.
They went back.
Nurgle, the grandfather,
They can
lord
go for
of
it.
plagues and disease, is the god of the cycle of life and death, entropy, rot, decay, and pestilence. He stands apart from the other gods that, in his own, albeit disturbing way, is the only one of the pantheon that genuinely cares for his followers. He views each and every one of them as his beloved children, and bestows
Oh.
upon them ever more generous blessings in the form of new supernatural diseases, demonic parasites, and all forms of sickening mutation. Every pox
He's my favorite now. That's all it took. He likes us. No, that's why you always say that Papa Nurgle loves you. What a great dad. What a cool dad.
boil, blister, and sore, is viewed by those who worship him as a sign of his love.
What what a
He
nice
is the embodiment
dad.
of the fear of death, shared by all sentient creatures. It perhaps the first fear to have ever existed in this universe. But despite this,
Oh.
he teaches his followers that life and death, growth and decay, are all part of the same cycle, one that cannot change. He tells them to not fight against this
not
cycle, but to
untrue.
embrace it, to
Not
embrace
lying.
the despair of death. He teaches that entropy is the one unchanging truth of the universe.
Yeah.
All things have a beginning and an end. Every
Dad
life
giving
will
us
end. Every
hand-me-downs
civilization
'cause
will
he
rise
loves
and
us.
fall. Every
Here's some
tower will
disease, some
eventually
disease
crumble,
hand-me-down.
and every disease will eventually run its course. He is the mastermind behind every virus, disease, and plague that has ever existed in the mortal universe, or even these supernatural diseases of the soul that emanate from the immaterium. Much like the Great Cycle, or
So he's responsible for my rheumatoid arthritis.
perhaps
This
more
fuck.
accurately, like the
little
proliferation and
bitch.
subsequent remission of a disease, so too does Nurgle's power wax and wane. There were moments
Oh.
in time where plague runs rampant across the galaxy, and Nurgle's power is
100%.
at its apex,
Fuck this
surpassing
guy.
all of the other gods and becoming
Papa
a
Nurgle
truly
hates me.
unstoppable force.
He does it with
It is,
love.
however, inevitable that his power will wane
Stop.
again, and he will be relegated to a relatively weak point in the Pantheon. As a result,
Look at this. Nurgle, you need to go on a walk.
these power spikes are vastly more predictable than those of his siblings.
Go on a walk with me.
Despite their disturbing appearance, the warriors that have pledged themselves to his service are incredibly resilient, and many of whom can suffer
Incredibly
multiple mortal
resilient.
wounds and keep marching forward as if nothing happened.
Sorry, the subtitles are
Blades
hilarious.
get caught in rancid rolls of diseased blubber, and bolter shells are absorbed and rusted to dust inside of their bodies. It is as
Damn.
if the cycle has simply paused for them, their bodies displaying the telltale signs of rot and disease, yet they are seemingly immune to its effects.
Do they have any professional, like, official art books? Because I mentioned it before, but I don't like how a lot of the art that is so incredible looking is just pixelated. I want shit in, like, good quality, and that's something we're missing is, like, I know that a lot of the art is old, but they need, like, full splashes of, like, new things that are in, like, 4K.
They cannot die by
40K.
natural means and are completely immune to pain. Before we dive any deeper, here's a quick shout out to this video's sponsor.
What is your sponsor? War Thunder. Go check his link out in the description. You're gonna have to go to his video and click his link. Oh, seeing as though this is old, it might not be a current link, but that's okay. Go check his link. Oh my god. Emily, are you writing me? How is your stream? Guys, if you do not know, Emily is the loving housewife, a very cute housewife of Glitch Stars Dreamers who does a lot of Gunpla and visual novel streams. She's very, very cute and very entertaining, and you guys need to check her out. And thank you so much for the stream, Nyakama. Look at that. Look at that. Welcome in. I hope you guys had a good stream. My name is Sunny. I am Emily's gen mate in Dreamers. And yes, does she paint minis? She does. She loves plastic, but she does gunplas mostly. That being said, I can't imagine that plastic addiction will not spread into Warhammer eventually. I think that it's just a matter of time. So, yeah. Does she have microplastics? You know, she has. We saw just on Friday. We did. Her, Mogu, and Nova and I did a 4-way hand cam where we built Gunpla together. It was a really fun stream. I had never built a Gunpla, but she showed us all 10 of her unopened Gunpla kits, which is crazy. Tao is a Gunpla by proxy. Oh my god. But yeah, she wait, Emily's watched. I think she's watched I think she has watched some Warhammer videos. So actually literally matter of time. Only 10. Oh my god, those are the 10 that she hasn't unboxed. She has so many. Yes, good. All it takes is watching, because it's like intimidating. You have to start with YouTube. That's the only way to get in this universe, because unfortunately there's like no other fucking way to learn. We need people compiling the information and regurgitating it in like video form, because there's too much. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I do have a question. Are there any books about the goofy clown people, or podcasts? That's true, but the podcast, if I'm being honest, like, well, okay, there are podcast episodes where they're just like, yeah, this is a ton of, this is like a general overarching, but I think most of the podcast videos I've been watching have been a little bit more specific. Newton is your go-to for Lorehammer. Yeah, we have, I guess next Warhammer Sunday, we're going to be probably reacting to Luton. Yeah. Feature, we're making a whole graph. Oh my god. A whole graph of books? Yeah, there's one Harlequin's book. Bro, that's fucking sad. Like, why? Harlequin ebook. Let's see this. Accepting. This is it. This is the Harlequin story. God fucking damn it. Like, we gotta, why even make the plastic? I guess. They are secretive. Why make the plastic models ever if you're just gonna be like, you're not gonna make content for the rest of them? It's Ian Watson. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Dan Abnett, this is a fucking excellently read, like, this reads like butter. Horse Rising read like fucking butter. And unfortunately, False Gods reads like very weird. It's like people don't think or do things like this. It's unnatural filler. Go get an overview of the lore of the faction. I grab an old used codex. Aside, the outdated rules are usually good lore. Shit! Are both Dan Abnett? No, the second one's a different author. What is the second one? The book's over in my living room. Yeah, Guy Haley. Dan Abnett is a goat. His is so fucking good. It's such a shame because, like, dude, I swear to God, like, Dan Abnett will be like, Horus gazed upon Loken's form, and then, like, the other guy who fucking wrote False Gods will be like, Horus giggled. Horus literally, like, giggled so hard. Not really, but like they don't write the character. Horus did a hee. It's like things that like Horus, like the characters don't. No one does actually. Graham McNeil. I'm not trying to shit on this guy. It's just I think I think that if we had started with McNeil, if he had written Horus Rising, maybe I wouldn't find so much disturbance in going to the next guy. But yeah, I'm like enduring False Gods right now to get to Galaxy in Flames. But anyway, I think I woke up my neighbor with my cackle. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh my god. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Ooh, what is that? Oh my god. Okay. 3, 2, 1. We're returning to this video. Stop with the ooh woos. They're so beautiful, that ooh woo. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Number 5, Gork and Mork. Despite the
Gork
previous
and
couple of
Mork.
entries on this list, I'm sure you were expecting another Chaos God here. But that is in fact incorrect, my friend. It's Gork and Mork, the gods of the
Gork?
orcs. Almost all of the lore we have about them comes from the orcs themselves.
This is two
they
people.
say they are the biggest and toughest gods. One is brutally cunning, and the other is cunningly brutal. Mork is clever enough to wait for you to have your back turned before hitting you twice as hard. Whereas
Whoa.
Gork will hit you regular-like, but then when you turn to face him, he'll punch you twice as hard. Because of this, it is common for orcs to have a favorite of the two gods. Gork represents the pure aggressive
Mork.
nature of the orcs and is more preferred by boys, knobs, and any straightforward orc fighter, whereas Mork's cunningness makes him the preferred deity of the more esoteric orc units, like Weird Boys, Commandos, and Mech Boys to name a few. But
It's so funny because the second they start talking about orcs, it just feels like they're making shit up. The Weird Boy.
at the end of the day, they're mostly
Sounds like a
interchangeable,
fanfiction.
and I think the orcs forget there's a difference pretty often.
I love
when it
it
comes to
so
measuring
much.
their power, we have to get a little bit
like
speculative.
we needed this.
Warp entities like the gods get their power from collective belief and emotion.
was a
Take, for
necessity
example,
in this
Slaanesh.
universe.
They get their power from excess. So the more people pray to Slaanesh, and the more there's an abundance of hedonism and debauchery in the galaxy, the stronger they become. The orcs have a presence in the warp, just like every other living creature.
Yeah.
And they are so unbelievably
They're
simple
warpy.
in nature that their gods don't have these grand mythologies with all this overlapping lore that tends to contradict itself. No,
They're just
nothing like
gods.
that. The orcs think their gods are the best, and thus they're the best. It's beautifully simple. So we have
Oh my gosh, I
then assume
space barred my mic, but they basically believe their god is strong and therefore it is.
this belief in their god's defining feature being that they're bigger and tougher and stronger than every other god would in fact begin to manifest.
that.
Consider how powerful the Eldar gods were when worshipped exclusively by the Eldari. The orcs are the most numerous species in the entire Milky Way.
Oh my
outnumbering
God.
something like humanity,
like the
100,
orcs.
if not 1,000 to 1. It makes
They're just
sense if you think
likable.
about it. But as is orc tradition, it makes even more sense if you don't think too hard about it. And speaking of their mythology, we actually have a pretty good example of a legend about Gork and Mork that demonstrates they were at least strong enough to defeat one of the Chaos Gods.
Right, so one day, Gork and Mork went looking for a gigantic squiggly beast, and they find it at the
What?
bottom of a huge cesspit. And also at the bottom of that cesspit was Nurgle, who had eaten all the snotlings. And
Oh my God.
Gork and Mork clobbered Nurgle so hard, he spewed up all the snotlings that were still alive. Nurgle shrank and became a squiggly beast. The
What?
snotlings then turned that squig into a feast for Gork and Mork.
What is this? Can't be
This
true.
myth clearly represents the orcs' triumph over Nurgle. The orcs have no fear of the realms of Nurgle and thus happily thrive on squiggly beasts that breed in their cesspits.
What the fuck? This is just stories. It's not real. They said it's true, so it's true. They wouldn't lie. It's pure shenanigans.
Despite this story, we don't see a lot of evidence of them fighting against the Chaos Gods in the lore. Gork
Okay.
and Mork are not sending incursions of orc demons into real space, nor are their blessed followers turning into the equivalent
Purple
of
looks
demon
invisible to
princes.
them.
But now that I think about it, that would actually be pretty awesome. However, from what I've read, all of this would certainly be possible. Gork and Mork really could be the strongest of the gods and can wipe the rest of them out. They
I want to see mankind start, like, look, we got enemies on every front. The fucking orcs don't want to kill humanity, just want to kill people. Anything. It's like people are there. So why don't we just, like, I don't know, partner up and be like, hey, we're killing Tyranids. We want to kill too. No, I'm not a heretic. I'm not a heretic. I am pragmatic. You know, and is there no one who can just kind of like put a band-aid on the Emperor? You know, that has actually happened. Oh, they did that? Hey, don't call me heretic. Don't look, they've done it. It always ends up bad. Oh, there have been attempts. It's not heresy. I'm calling Inquisitor. Someone get him. Pet Rock, you can't leave the chat. The chat has been locked. Your exit button does not work. Some Inquisitors have tried to make deals with the Drakari to see if they can fix them. That's like the last thing I would do. Like I would try to shake hands with a Tyranid before I was like Drakar. Like, yeah, let's go get some dark elves in here who make people into chairs. But yeah, orcs are the ones that kept the Emperor alive. I do, like, they believed he was alive and therefore he couldn't die. All right. Go literally do like a campaign. Do a campaign. Go and send millions of humans into, and their purpose is to be like, the Emperor is revived. And they get slaughtered. But all of them, they're just, the Emperor is alive and well. To as many people as too many orcs as you can, and watch it just fucking happen. Like, start an information campaign. Anyway,
They are, however, too busy fighting
it
themselves
will
in
become
the warp.
real.
That's all they've done since the dawn of the orcs, is just beat the crap out of each other. So if you want
Oh,
my
shit.
personal, definitely unbiased opinion, Gork and Mork are definitely the strongest. But for the sake of
They're
trying to
strong.
be as accurate as possible with my videos and not just
Unbiased,
throw out
eh?
the dozens of hours of research I've put into each and every one of them, I have to rank them in the purely speculative realm.
Also, some dude on Twitter theorized that Gork and Mork are just Khorne and Tzeentch, but they painted themselves green and whipped the orcs up into a frenzy. That's neither here nor there, and is
really
definitely
funny.
not canon, but this is my video and it made me laugh, so I'm including it. Number 4, Tzeentch.
It's my video. I can do what I
Tzeentch,
want.
also known as the Changer of Ways or the Architect of
Tzeentch
Fate, is
Usi.
the chaos god of sorcery, knowledge, mutation, destiny, lies, and trickery. He is directly empowered by every mortal race through their desire to plot and deceive. All those who act deceptively or would pursue knowledge and understanding with a desire to ultimately manipulate the world around them inevitably draw the attention of Tzeentch. Every living creature exists in a state of mutability. We are all constantly changing in a million different ways, and not always readily apparent. From the grand and more obvious, like an advancement in rank within our society, down to the microscopic level of cellular division. As mortal beings,
Oh, boy.
we are ultimately malleable, and that
When I cellularly divide, my mitosis is feeding Tzeentch.
malleability has drawn the eyes of the Changer of Ways upon mankind. There
Oh,
are
dear.
1,001 ways in which an individual can come to worshiping Tzeentch, but in almost all of these cases, they involve a desire for change, whether that be through their own ambitions, a desire to escape their figurative or literal bonds that
So when I wanted a raise at work, was I Tzeentching it up?
shackle them to a miserable existence, or in some instances, a desire for unbridled power. Because of this, Tzeentch often attracts would-be
Shit.
practitioners of the dark arts.
I'm a Tzeentch
His demons
feeder.
whisper forbidden secrets
Definitely.
into the minds of mortals, telling them
it.
truths of the universe too impossible to be believed.
Well, can't
yet
you want
ultimately
change for something
impossible
better?
to ignore. The individual will then seek out answers to questions no mortal was ever meant to ask, and will ultimately find
Oh.
themselves as one of his faithful. The promise of power proving to be too intoxicating for mortals to resist.
So he's
Across-
actually also kind of like the knowledge one in a way, because like acquiring knowledge is change for the brain.
Cultures. All of the gods have been depicted in a lot of different ways, but
Yeah.
most often with several identifiable themes present in all of them.
Damn.
Tzeentch is the exception, and due to his nature as the incarnation of change without limits, this would make sense. He has been depicted as a twinkling constellation of blinking eyes, as a being
Wow.
of illuminating
He's an
warp
angel.
flame, an elaborate and intricate puppeteer that pulls on the infinite strands of fate, and most commonly in the 40K community, a giant blue squid monster. All magic,
Yeah,
sorcery, and
I've seen
psychic
a lot of his
abilities
tentacles.
can trace their origin back to the immaterial.
definitely always has
and
a s-
thus
a
to Tzeentch,
squid
the
hole
master
somewhere.
of magic in all its forms. He is able to perceive every event that has ever occurred across space and time, while also being able to see the strands of fate that lead to every potential future simultaneously.
What the
Trying to
fuck?
directly measure his intelligence with numbers is kind of meaningless. But to simplify it, this is an entity that would measure his IQ in the quintillions. He has plans
What the
within
fuck?
plans within plans, and the most mundane of events may set in motion a web of compounding instances that may not bear fruit for thousands of years.
How
but
do
will
you
ultimately
outplay this
secure
shit?
him
He can
victory.
play, like,
Yet this
8D
impossibly
chess.
complex web of plans spreads so incomprehensibly wide over all of reality that it touches every living thing at one point or another, whether or not the individual realizes it or not. He perceives every event, intention, idea, thought, and whispered prayer of every mortal. and is
Well,
impossibly
then he has every time I have thought of Sisters of Battle that in a less than the battle stance. Tzeentch took note of this.
complex mind is able to work out just how every single one of these will
Unbelievable.
potentially impact the future. He
Get out of my
watches over
mind,
every
Tzeentch. You
sentient
don't need to
creature
see
within
all
the
that.
mortal universe with
Good
great
save.
enthusiasm, watching as each of his plots
think
and
that was,
schemes slowly begin to
I think it was
unfold
actually
into
self-incriminating. I don't think this
history.
was a
Tzeentch favors the cunning and
save.
intelligent over the physically strong, and thus rewards his followers with insight into the future and access to forbidden lore.
I like
He is
his
ludicrously
bird head
strong,
guy.
but at one point was said to be even stronger. So strong, in fact, that the gods did the impossible. They set aside their differences to team up against him in order to bring him back down to their level. This was
Wow.
ultimately successful, but according to the Great Deceiver, was all part of his plan. Some believe that if Tzeentch truly
I
willed it,
lost.
he would end the great game
According
and
to
achieve
my
dominance
plan,
over the rest of the Pantheon. But
they're
due to his
battling.
complicated and enthusiastic nature for the great game itself, he never would. and most likely
It's
is
a battle.
incapable of doing
Certainly.
so. Based on Tzeentch's nature, I don't think
Listen,
he personally has the ability
I
to
can't explain
win.
myself.
The compulsion to keep the game going is just too ingrained in him.
Oh,
Meaning doing
shit.
anything that would end the game is actually an impossibility.
Damn, he can't win because he does not want to. Which means he probably has to plan his own downfall.
Number 3,
That's
the Emperor
crazy.
of Mankind.
Number 3!
The Emperor is without question the most powerful mortal to have ever lived. And
Holy fuck, this guy's more powerful than the entire fucking Slanesh and Tzeentch? What? I was not expecting to, by the time he was not, when we started with Catan, or I mean, with whatever this guy was, I was kind of like, Emperor is not gonna be here. He's higher? He's a human! Praise be for certain. Get the laser sight off my forehead. But there's a reason mankind isn't dead yet. He is. He's fucking dead. He's literally just he's a little corpse that's like like a heartbeat goes off once a fucking 1,000 years. He's just sitting there. He's like a skeleton. He's just a girl. Oh my god. He's practically dead. He's a vegetable. What can he do? Do not call the Inquisitors. I am simply asking. I'm not asking questions. What are you going to do? Send them back in time? Going to go missing. Okay, well, it's heresy to have made this video and not put him at number 1.
And by
We're
the
all
time of the
heretics.
42nd millennium, he has most likely become a god. Although this is intentionally left
What?
purposely vague and cryptic within the lore. He was able to defeat and bind Reactin, the demon created in the first murder. He is said to be more physically
don't know what
powerful than
that
any of
means.
the Primarchs, which is incredibly impressive considering that we've watched Angron bench press a Warhound Titan, and Sanguinius take down 2 of them as well as a Warlord Titan in melee combat. He is known to project an aura
Strong.
that causes demons to flee in terror or burst
Putting her
into
in
flames.
heresy.
He defeated
Shit.
an ascended Horus, his Primarch son that at the time of their battle had received an enormous power boost from all 4 Chaos Gods. As a child, he managed to kill his
Damn, that's
uncle
kinda
by
crazy.
stopping his heart with a single thought. We've seen him use his incredible
What? Why would you do that? Biggie, what the fuck? Bring him back. You have time. Was his uncle a piece of shit?
psychic might to force the entire Wordbearers Legion to kneel with a single psychic command. We also
Damn.
know that he is a perpetual and cannot truly die, and that he has mastered every form of academics.
Well, I don't know. We've had some other perpetuals die.
Study. So with that impressive list of feats that were accomplished when he was just a mortal, I'm guessing you're wondering why he's not ranked number 1 on this list, and we're gonna get into that. The Emperor
not
of
like-
Mankind is not just a character, he is a plot device, a MacGuffin, a living deus ex machina, and every other literary trope you can think of,
I heard
all
that as
wrapped up
McMuffin.
into a single entity. He is exactly as powerful as any
come back.
individual story needs.
Oh, what about the guy who sat on the chair? Did that guy not just evaporate? It was Malcador, wasn't it? Yeah. Is he gone? I thought he was a perpetual who was just like gone. He poofed. Okay, so you can technically be a perpetual and be uber gone. Poor Big E, his best friend. He was once Alexander the Great. I think the Jesus thing is like a theory, because I know that some people think that he might have been I can't remember. Oh fuck, I don't want to get my not on Easter. I can't get my fucking figures wrong. Anyway, somebody who met Jesus, prominent in the Bible, can't remember.
Him to be. He is completely unknowable. He has plans within plans within plans. He has mastery over the ability to
Shit.
foresee into the future and can take a single action that will, over the course of thousands of years, come to create an entirely new societies. Much like what happened when he defeated the Void Dragon, imprisoned it upon Mars, and then subsequently the dreams of machines the Catan would generate in the inhabitants of the Red Planet would eventually give rise to the Mechanicum, a faction that would supply his armies with fantastical new war machines. He is a psychic phenomena, a
Judas, that
hurricane
was
of
the one.
arcane potential. Yet, despite this, Due to many contrasting depictions of him by different authors, we aren't able to get a real feel for the full scope of his abilities without filling in the blanks with our own interpretations of the text. On one hand, he is said to be powerful enough to challenge the ruinous powers, yet in a fight against a 30-foot tall orc, he had to be saved by his son Horus. But did he
That is actually really, really funny. We'll just say it was a typo and it was a 300-foot tall.
throw the fight intentionally because his foresight told him that the resulting saving by his son would boost his confidence and thus play into future events? Who knows?
Such
Maybe.
as him killing
There's nothing in that story
him.
to suggest that. No winking at the audience, no foreshadowing of future events, or some
No
cryptic
winking
line
at the
end
audience.
of the book.
Can you imagine? Oh my god, Big E's on the floor and he's like, oh no, oh, I'm fucking dying. If only somebody could save me, Horace. And Horace is like, me? And like runs over.
Yet, this is the narrative that many of us
Lazy
have
town
adopted.
lore.
As the godlike being who can go toe-to-toe with the Chaos Gods, losing to an admittedly enormous orc just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But I feel that's kind of the point. The mystery, the uncertainty. No matter how much somebody learns about the Emperor, they are constantly left with even more questions by the end of each and every story. They are left in a constant state of doubt over what they think they know. And to me, that's the entire point of a character like the Emperor. Is he a giant, shimmering, godlike being that will lead humanity into the future? Or is he a shriveled up old perpetual that just projects an illusion of grandeur to manipulate those around him?
Dude, can you imagine if Big E has like damn bad imposter syndrome? He's just like, oh fuck, like I have no idea what I'm doing. Like he does something and then these like 1,000 years later he sees a consequence. He's like all a part of Keikaku. I am like, I knew that would happen. I foresaw this. And he's like, oh shit, I had no idea this was gonna happen. This is what I wanted. I think, oh fuck.
All of these events actually happen? Or are they simply the result of thousands of years of propaganda and selective record purging?
True.
This is what makes the Emperor
It is,
so
we
fascinating.
are 40K.
And above all else, in my personal opinion,
Can never
a
know
literary
what's
triumph.
real.
The idea that you can have this character be written about and expanded upon by dozens of different authors over multiple decades, each contributing a new element to the multifaceted enigma that is the Emperor. And yet, he
He's more
never
myth.
gets boring. He never falls into the Superman trope, wherein a character has demonstrated so many ludicrous feats over the years, it's impossible to take any threat he comes into contact with seriously. Because at the heart of it all, the reader is still left doubting what they think they know about him. I'll fully admit that the Emperor is one of my favorite characters. Not only is he deeply fascinating, but he's inspired more debates and late-night deep dives of obscure lore than any other character I can think of. Yet, because of his unknowable nature, assessing his true power level after his ascendancy to the realm of the spiritual is an impossible task. Every single
he's basically it's just like I feel like everything in 40K about Big E is like a big ass guess or propaganda because like no human being in 40K has talked to him or knows a guy who remembers a guy who truly had contact with the guy. Do you think Biggie invented Pilk? Dude, if Pepsi's gone in 40K, that's it. I can't survive this Gilliman. Okay, Gilliman, that's true. If you're not a Primarch, who else? And maybe some well, I guess you'd have to be a SpaceMarine in the big machine thingy thing that I can't remember the name of. Maybe you could have seen him. Malkador, he's dead. Yeah, but he's dead. Maybe the Primarchs didn't really know him either. Yeah, apparently he was a pretty shit dad. The first tick off to him being not a great dad is him losing all of his sons. And then also being like, you're not my son. He like didn't really want them to call him dad. It was like, hey, do you want to speak with the corpse in 40K after returning? And he was very quiet about what was said, not particularly amused. Oh. He could speak to it? He could speak to him? Who can speak to him? I thought that was the point, is that we have no idea what the fuck he's saying. He's just there. What did he, like, mind link? Isn't that what the whole text to speech thing? Spartan, thank you for the 31 months.
Balls.
Oh, insightful. Thank you. And a psychic mind link. Dude, tell me what he said right now. This guy, okay. I want to know what this guy's thinking. What's in this? Don't call him Robert, girly man. Got mega depression. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, anyway, we'll just poor girly man got mentally scarred.
Failure of his
We're
can
continuing.
be written off as him either is an impossible task. Every single failure of his can be written off as him either only using 1/100th of his power, or that failure was a secret victory, as the unraveling of one of his plans
I see.
would put him closer to his ultimate goals.
Super
there is
limiting
equal
himself.
evidence to support such notions as true and false. Did he plan the Horus Heresy from the start in order to eliminate problematic legions, much like he did with the Thunder Warriors? Did he know Magnus was going to sabotage his
Thunder
Webway
Warriors.
Gate, and thus made a problematic judgment call at Nicaea to ensure that it would happen? Was it his plan all along to end up on the Golden Throne so he could ascend to godhood? Did he seemingly crusade against religion in order to eliminate competition so once he was entombed there, he would be the only god left for humanity to turn to? Was he
Oh my god. That's an interesting theory. He was like, you know what? Wait a second. You think it becomes
lying to Ra Endymion when he described his foresight as
Ra
fallible?
Endymion.
When it comes to the Emperor, the questions and mysteries are more captivating than any answer could ever possibly be.
Subtitles are
And
hilarious.
if the writers are smart, they'll keep most of those mysteries unanswered. Aside from the examples of physical
Yeah,
strength
they need
that
to
I
keep
mentioned
that.
at the beginning of this, we also know that in Warhammer, beliefs have power. The more people believe
Yes.
in something, the more it begins to manifest in the warp. The
Give me a
Emperor
second. Okay. I thought my cat was stuck, but she's just dumb. Are you playing with a She's playing with an oat stick. An ancient oat stick. I thought she was struggling, but no, she's enjoying a piece of old food that I left on the floor. Thank you for the hydrate. Gilliman spoke to Biggie and got ultra depression. Then he spoke to the Council of Terror and got ultra space depression. He got bad space depression, and then it got badder. My desk's gonna go up. There we go. Okay, 3, 2, 1, continue.
has been worshipped as the one true god of humanity by quintillions of people across the galaxy for over 10,000 years. Thus, we can assume that his spiritual form has swelled immensely in power, many believing that he has truly become a god. If this is true, and he really is on the level of the Chaos Gods, then he would be able to display similar powers to them, and namely
I guess there is a lot of people praying to him.
the ability to create demons. Each demon is a splinter of their patron deity, having
Oh
a
boy.
portion of their personality and in many
Oh
cases
boy.
supposedly looking like them. It is believed by some that the entities such as the living saints are the emperor's equivalent to demon princes, and the
Celestine.
Legion of the Damned is his equivalent of demons, which would make sense if the emperor had
Damn.
the ability to
Alpaca Warrior, thank you for the prime. Thank you.
create demons. They would certainly resemble a Stardust.
Celestine,
And there is
yeah.
evidence to support both
That's
of those
true.
claims, but as of today, it is something that is still intentionally left vague and mysterious. The best tool we have for measuring his current power level is the accepted truth that the Emperor is in the warp, battling against the 4 Chaos Gods, and managing to keep them at bay. He's not strong enough
Oh
to
my
outright
God.
destroy them, but he can keep them from destroying the physical universe. His power is not absolute, because if it was, then we wouldn't be seeing demons manifest in our universe in the first place. If he was more powerful than the other gods, they would have all had to turn their attention solely on him. And herein lies the problem with the Emperor
Oh my
versus
God.
the Chaos Gods. We know that it's not just him fighting
We
all
need
of them
more
at
art.
once. It's a 5-way battle, where everyone is fighting everyone, while the Emperor is fighting off all 4 of them at the same time. Nurgle, for example, is fighting Khorne, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, and the Emperor, also at the same time. It's exactly the same for each of the combatants. That means in this hypothetical scenario of a 4 against 1 in any direction, any of these figures could be eliminated. If the gods set aside
Oh.
their differences and gave the Emperor their full attention, it would be no contest. He would fail. We also
So it's because it's equally spread out. He's like able to kind of do something about it. But if all of them were like, hold Hold on.
Also know that if one of the gods
would be
manages
fuckoed.
to become too powerful, the others will unite to knock them back down to the same level as the rest of them. This happened
so if he
famously with
gets too-
Zinch at one
Oh.
point, and the resulting battle between him and his siblings saw his crystal staff, said to be the most powerful weapon in all of existence, shattered into thousands of pieces, which then rained down upon the physical universe, each one representing a different spell, thus introducing
Oh.
magic to our realm. Even though
Oh,
Khorne
shit.
is said to be the most powerful
I
of
did not
all
know
of the
that.
ruinous powers in the current setting, the other gods have not deemed him a sufficient enough threat to form an alliance. We can assume
But if he gets
with
too
that it is the
strong-
same for the Emperor. He's powerful enough
he's
to
the
be a
fifth
problem,
god. Oh my
but not
God.
powerful enough for them to unite against. It is said that from our
Oh my
perspective, the
Emperor.
Emperor is growing in power every single day as more and more of the beliefs, hopes, and love of humanity funnels into him.
Yeah, love of humanity and sacrifices of 1,000 psychers every day.
He swells in might and will one day overpower the Chaos Gods. It's similar to how the decadence and extremes of the
beautiful.
Eldar swelled over time
He's
and
got
eventually
baby
gave
smooth
birth to
skin.
Slaanesh. They started off as non-existent
I can't call
and
her
grew more
Slaanesh. I have
powerful
to call
over
her
time
Slaanesh.
until a breaking point was finally reached, and they ripped their way into our reality. However,
Damn.
it's important to remember that in Warhammer, when we speak of the Immaterium, time is meaningless. The Chaos Gods refer to
Everything,
Slaanesh as
everywhere,
having
all at
always
once.
existed, even though we in the physical universe have an exact date when they were born. The gods
Ooh, that is interesting. Once something is, it has always been.
are simultaneous.
Oh, by the way, text-to-speech is off when the crewling is not present. Remember, the Emperor had real fatherly affection for the Primarchs. However, him developing these familial feelings conflicted with the purpose he created them for. Father wants to love them, but knows he can't do the purpose he created them for. He was internally conflicted. I feel like he could have just been like, "All right, son, go do your purpose."
At their weakest and strongest points. They have always and never existed at the
tough.
same time. To me, this
He put a
means
lot
that
on
we
Horus's
will see
shoulders.
the Emperor become more active over time, and it will appear
It's his
as if
fault.
he is
No,
getting
kidding.
stronger. But his battle in the warp against them is like trying to measure the immeasurable. The escalation is as ultimately irrelevant as it is impossible to quantify. But perhaps that's the point. Perhaps he will never be strong enough to kill the other gods. Maybe introducing a god
Just
of
a big
order to
shield.
the pantheon will bring balance to the Immaterium. And maybe that's the best we can hope for.
God of Order, eh? Faffin! There's a fantastic current events Custodies and Sisters of Silence book set around Gilliman coming back and a demon invasion of Terra called Watchers of the Throne. So, Watchers of the Throne, is that not... Is that a standalone book? I have so many books I want to read. Holy fuck. I have promised myself that I will get through the first 4 books of Horus Rising. That is what I gotta do. And potentially just read the first 4 books and then skip to the invasion of Terra. Just skip the other 60. But and then I also would like to read not gonna lie, I kind of want to read this the clown book. I got a lot to do. And you know what? It does I'm kind of curious because one of you guys did buy me a book on Throne, and I didn't get it. The Necron book I did not get yet. I'm gonna have to check that out. There's a chance that it went out of stock and they just gave me the money, or it's out of stock and they're waiting for it to come back. So I'll figure that out. But I do have a backlog. I will keep that in mind. Watchers of the Throne. I've heard of it. Infant and the Divine. Yeah, that one. It never came to me. I don't know where that one ended up flying to. I just gotta check it out. But yeah, keeping me, like, if I'm being honest, if you want me to read something, the best way you can get me to read it is like suggesting it to me on Throne so I can put it up, and then somebody will probably help me out with that because it adds up to get these books. So I appreciate it. Is Twice Dead King, if you need a little more background. I will have to look into that one. Oh my god, there's so many books. I will read all 600. 600. It's too many.
Number 2, Khorne. Khorne, also known as
Khorne.
the Blood God or the Lord of Skulls, is the chaos god of war, violence, and bloodshed. He is the manifestation of anger.
What is he number 2? This is so interesting to me. Cause like I'm like physical prowess does not necessarily equate strength. Corn.
hatred, rage, and
Can we
murder.
get some corn
Considering
emotes?
that corn derives his power
Get some
from
corn
the desire
emoji,
to
corn
spill
emoji in the
blood,
chat.
it comes as little surprise that in the grim darkness of the 42nd millennia, where there is only war, corn is currently experiencing a resurgence and is considered to be the most powerful of the ruinous powers. The urge to commit violence in one form or
I see.
another
Maybe
is
he's
one of the
growing
most
in, you know,
basic drivers
his
amongst
opinionated
any
list. That's
mortal
okay.
species. It doesn't matter how
I guess
advanced a
it's the
society
part of the
claims
time.
to be or how enlightened they've
There's so much
seemingly
war right
become.
now that he's strong.
Violence is a primordial force that will never fully lessen its
I
grip
get the
on
argument.
mortals. Whether it be a warrior defending his home, a
I just
sadistic
find
act
corn
of
a little
murder
lame
for murder's
right now.
sake, or every drunken barroom brawl that has ever occurred, every violent act or expression of rage flows into the immaterium and directly empowers the blood god.
So every time I accidentally step on somebody's heel in front of me, that's like kind of a mini act of violence. I'm feeding corn. I need to be careful.
Although he has been worshipped by
Number
countless
one.
civilizations
Number one could still be Sunny, and I'm not gonna say any spoilers. All I'm saying.
across space and time,
You know.
there are a lot of similarities
up
to
to
how he is depicted.
interpretation.
He's often shown as being a towering giant with a canine head, armored
didn't
in
intend-
brass
oh,
and
intention
seated
matters?
upon a mountain of skulls, on top
Oh.
of which he lets loose bellowing
Number
war
one is
cries
Tom
that
Bombadil.
echo through reality, a sanguine call to spill blood and take skulls. He is
Damn.
the physical and immaterial, figurative and literal incarnation of rage, and is often depicted wielding a mighty and terrible axe or sword known as Warbringer.
I think that like corn is like a little bit like. If you're ever wondering what it's like to have a period, like, is a material, figurative, and literal incarnation of rage. It's kind of what it's like. You know, Warbringer. I feel like this is kind of how women feel.
A sword so powerful that it sunders reality when swung, cleaving through dimensions
The blood god, no!
to
No!
eviscerate whatever has drawn the blood god's ire. Despite being the most
No,
powerful,
now he can't be called that. We have to call him anything else. I should not have brought that up. We'll call him just the fire god or something.
Khorne is also the most straightforward of the gods. He has an absolute disdain for tricksters and any who would lie or cheat their way to victory. Naturally, he and his followers hate sorcery in all its forms, and vastly prefer to fight with melee weapons, viewing those who use
doesn't like
long-range
strategy.
firearms to wage war
Cheating is
as
just
cowards.
strategy.
The earliest
How dare you get tricked, you goofy goon? That was your own fault. They can't. I don't know,
Floron
man.
Khorne depicted him as a
Cramps for the
multifaceted
cramp
god of not just rage and blood, but
I made this
also
too
one of
goofy, I
honor.
fucked up.
Although the further
been
along
around
we
for
move in the
decades.
timeline and the more
gotta
40k
change
lore
it.
gets updated, Khorne's honorable side has mostly taken a back seat. Although him
No.
and his followers still maintain certain convictions about how war should
Blood for the blood god, pats for the high flow. Guys, this is so
fought.
doomed.
At the end of the day, Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows.
I
only
can't
that
pay
it flows.
attention to how
When it
strong
comes
he
to
is
his
because we're
mythology as
making
a literal
period
figure,
jokes about
we
this
do
guy.
have a pretty good example of his raw physical strength.
How did this happen?
Wherein one of
I
his
did
most
this.
esteemed bloodthirsters, Scarbrand, sought to overthrow the blood god after having been manipulated by Tzeentch into thinking he actually stood a chance against him. When Khorne's back was turned, Scarbrand threw
skip.
everything he had into a single blow with his axe, a blow that was said to be so powerful it could have split entire worlds. This didn't even dent Khorne's armor. Enraged by the
Oh, boy.
cowardice of the attack, Khorne grabbed Scarbrand by the neck and shook him so hard that all he had ever been, all of his personality, his cunning, his ambition, all of it was shaken out of him. He then threw the greater demon so hard, he flew across space and time for 8 days straight, leaving an inconceivable burning trail of destruction in his wake. Remarkably, Scarbrand survived, and where once there was a proud warlord whose hubris caused him to fly too close to the proverbial sun, now was nothing more than a blood-crazed monster. Number
Oh,
1, the Hive Mind.
guys, they're literally lying. It's me. He just hasn't read my book yet. I transcend time and space, but he'll read it soon. The hive mind is not even like, I don't even know. Is this a creature? Man, I don't know. This is kind of under. I am the hive mind. What's your book's title? Sunny's super cool. And the strongest in 40k, which makes it so curious how he didn't catch, look at the title of this video, most powerful characters. With that title, it would have tipped him off. He saw your comments and took me off the list. Fuck! He is spiting me. It's always study of 40K. The hive mind, though. This feels like not a cop out, but okay, so this is because it's like that's just the swarm here of like all of the Tyranids. You know? I'm like, does this even? How do we even know if it's like? It's not BS. Okay, let's hear him out.
The hive mind of the Tyranids is without a doubt the most intelligent and dangerous thing that exists in our universe. It is able to simultaneously control seemingly infinite Tyranid organisms across infinite battlefields at the same time, orchestrating impossibly complex battle strategies and engineering new forms of evolution in order to overcome just about anything its enemies can throw at it. It is, for all intents and purposes, an organic quantum computer.
Yeah, but it's probably, is it a guy? It's just a Tyranid, or like all of the Tyranids, like all of them using like all of the Tyranid's brain. Not just one, it's a collective so powerful and mysterious that it creates a void in the warp. Communication stops and working properly when the Tyranids are close. Well, I'm like, that's okay. In that case, like, but I'm thinking like this is supposed to be the top 10 most powerful characters. You see the title? Like, does this thing okay, this is literally just called mystery because he doesn't want to spoil it when you like. But is the hive mind a character?
On a level that is completely incomprehensible. And it's not only controlling all of the Tyranids within our galaxy, a species that reproduces so quickly that it has effectively become the Milky Way's dominant life form, outnumbering every other species thousands of times over. With
it has
the
a personality. It's like a
potentially
guy.
orcs. But the
Not like a
Tyranids
guy,
come
you know
from
what I mean.
outside of our galaxy.
It's one
and
thing.
Some believe they have already consumed
The
every
hive
other
mind is like
galaxy.
inherently a
Some
thing.
say the fleets
of
we have
things.
seen thus far are only a small portion of their entirety. The Tyranids are not only the most powerful faction within
Has an
Warhammer,
ego.
they
Okay,
are the
that's
most
fair.
powerful character,
That's a
as
good-
every single one of them is part of the same organism. The Tyranids
Oh.
are not a race or a species. It is a single creature. Despite their appearance
Oh.
as an alien dinosaur bug monster,
That I like this. This is answering my question.
it's more accurate to think of them as something like an aspen forest, wherein
It's
each
all the
individual
same
that we
tree.
see is part of the same single creature. But whereas the aspen forest can stretch out over multiple kilometers, the Tyranids have spread in a similar manner across multiple galaxies. It may even be more apt to think of them in a way that compares them to a human body. We are a single individual, but we are made up of dozens of trillions of cells. So too is each
So a
individual
Tyranid is a cell?
of the larger body that is the hive mind.
My
The
brother's such a
name, the
cutie.
hive
Oh my
mind,
God,
is
I'm
not a
blushing.
title of a leader organism that controls the Tyranids. It is quite literal in that the entity is the combined consciousness of all Tyranids. Every single one,
damn.
from the lowly Ripper all the way up to the massive ship-sized entities that ferry their troops across the stars, are simply smaller parts of the same body. When we think
What
of the
the
hive
hell?
mind, we often tend to imagine some giant alien brain that exists out in the dark places between galaxies that controls all of the Tyranids. And there very well might be an organism like that. But even if there was, it would still just be another organ within the Tyranid body. The Eldar have come to
I
believe
see.
that the hive mind is more powerful than Slaanesh and represents the greatest threat to the physical universe. This is a passage from Wraithflight, where one of the Eldari is able to, for a moment, tap into the hive mind's consciousness. Beyond the shield, she saw the great dragon's true form, not the hideous intrusions into the mortal realm that swam the Black Star Sea, nor as a Farseer might see it, as a great and braided cable of malicious fate dominating all the skein. The first was merely part of the whole, the second, psychic abstraction. What Leanna instead saw was the reality of its soul. It was a
Okay.
great shadow when seen from afar, a wave of dread and psychic blindness that preceded the Hive Fleet's arrival. But the greatest shadows are cast by the brightest lights, and seen closely, the soul of the hive mind shone brighter than any sun.
I will say that this is promoting my original idea that you can totally hack this thing.
She was so close now that she perceived the rigid topography of its mind, larger than star systems.
Its brain
an
isn't even
entity
smooth.
Bigger than a god. It
Oh,
contemplated
boy.
thoughts as large as continents and spun plans more complex than worlds. It
Oh.
dreamed dreams that could not be fathomed. She felt small and afraid before it. But she did not let her fear cow her defiance. Against this vista flickered the souls of the Eldar, their jewel brightness dimmed by the incomparable glare of the great dragon. And this was but a tendril of the creature. The bulk of it stretched away, coils wrapped tight around higher dimensions, joining in the distance to others and then others again, until at a great confluence of the parts sat the terrible truth of the whole. She stared at its brilliance.
So it is kind of
Unlike her
creature-like.
passionless dead
Yes,
warriors,
hack
who
the
felt
hive
naught
mind,
but the
really.
echoes of wrath at the sight. She was fascinated by the beauty on display. She thought, if only such a thing could be tamed, it would drive out she who thirsts forever. If only its hunger was for things other than the meat and blood of our worlds. Perhaps most telling, though, is the hive mind's presence within the warp. And for that, we can look no further than...
So she looked at its actual soul thing, and she saw, like, a thing with, like, tendrils.
the anti-psychic phenomena the Tyranids
soul.
generate, known as the shadow in the warp. It's basically a massive null field around the Tyranids that blocks all connection to the Immaterium. If you are familiar with the Sisters of Silence in 40k, or blanks in general, you know they are an individual person that produces a similar field. Being in the presence of such a creature is physically painful for psychers, and elongated exposure can cause, in some cases, severe physical and psychological damage for them, let alone the fact that in the presence of a blank, they cannot utilize their powers. The size of this null sphere is different from blank to blank depending on their ability. But when you take the Tyranids as a singular organism, their null field is just on a completely incomprehensible scale that literally blocks out sections of the warp. There was an interesting passage in the novel Darkness in the Blood, wherein a ship traveling through the warp became besieged by demons. The situation is pretty bleak until a vast darkness falls over the ship and utterly snuffs out the invaders.
Oh my God.
A sea change.
My boy is quoting the Bible. This is okay, but I have to. I give him credit. This kind of sucks as like a final response, even if it's true. And he's backing it up really solidly.
The warp altered, though subtly at first. Rossellus had little experience.
I don't have to be happy with it for it to be like rightish.
Had he been born to the role, he might have noticed it sooner. Like ancient mariners, tasted the shift from salt to sweet in the waters of Terra's lost
every
oceans.
single thing.
But soon
Yeah,
it became apparent
it's too
to him
much.
that the tempest was calming.
You have to pick
the
and
shrieking
choose.
idioforms and psychopomps struggled to take shape. Those that manifested were sucked back to nothingness amongst the energies that birthed them. Colors bled away, currents stilled. A black wall was growing ahead, as impenetrable as the densest fog bank and infinitely more forbidding. The task force sped towards it. The armored angel glinted in front of the darkness and vanished within completely. Against all the laws that governed it, the Empyrean lost its mutability. Blackness seeped from the roiling wall of shadow. The visions and images weakened and then stopped altogether. There was a brief passage through warp space of a primordial calmness, smooth and bright as a moonlit pond, and then the flotilla plunged into darkness.
So, okay, let's say that we have a trillion billion Tyranids. A trillion billion cajillion everywhere. Does the warp go away? Like, if they're muting the warp in the Materium, what happens to the warp in the non-Materium? Does it just, like, lose access, or does it actually affect the warp?
A new terror assailed Raculus.
Kinda.
A vast, godlike mind
I don't
turned
know,
its attention
guys.
upon the ships. So puissant it
I feel like we
quelled
can
the fury
use
of the
these.
warp. The hive mind was
We
the
have an
truth of the
opportunity here.
Tyranids. The Blood Angels
Different
believed
kind of
the
warp?
war beasts that plagued the universe were merely the material extrusion of something far greater. And that thing dwelt in the warp. The pressure of the hive mind's regard was immense, crushing Raculus's soul until it felt infinitely small. At great remove, he felt blood trickle from the corners of his mortal eyes.
Damn.
The idea
That
that the hive
sucks.
mind is a larger threat than the Chaos Gods is also backed up by an Eldar Farseer in the novel Godblight.
Are we going to keep
Wherein
reading
he
from the
states
books?
that comparing it
My guy loves Eldar books. The Tyranids are also the most pressing threat to the galaxy. True. It's just that for them, I think for me, I do not disagree with that. I am having trouble with the agreeing of the hive mind at being a character. Like, I think it's a cool interpretation. And I guess the hive mind, if everything comes together, becomes an entity. So, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's just so split apart physically that it's hard to see as a character, but like the hive mind as like as a soul, like kind of well, then again, like I don't know, Slaanesh or Slaanesh, Like, even the Chaos Gods technically are pretty ambiguous.
It to the Catan and the Chaos Gods. The Great
They don't have a
Devourer is
physical
perhaps
form,
a greater
so-
threat than all of them. The Necrons seem to think
This
so
guy's
as
a
well,
split up one.
as
I
the
don't know, it's
Tyranids'
fine.
arrival was what propelled the Silent
I
King
want a
out
name.
of exile in the first place. The fact that these immortal beings that enslaved and shattered their own gods were afraid of the hive mind is a statement in and of itself.
That's
and
true.
I just kind of want to put it into perspective. All of the major threats that
Spitting
exist
facts.
in 40K that could theoretically wipe out humanity have all been around for an enormously long time. The Necrons, the Orcs, and the Eldari have existed for over 60 million years. The Chaos Gods, at least in the realm of the Warp, have always existed. Even the Tau, the youngest of all of the factions in 40K, have been around for a few thousand years. The first recorded contact with the Tyranids was in 745 M41, the 745th year of the 41st millennium. The furthest point in the timeline that we've seen so far is 15 years past the start of the 42nd millennium, which means that they've only been observed in our
Like
galaxy
300
for
years?
270 years.
Oh my
In
God.
the grand timeline of the universe,
They've become a big problem really
that's
quick.
less time than it takes to blink. And yet already, they are being spoken about as if they are the end to all things.
Oh,
In
shit.
other videos, I've ruminated on just how powerful the Tau, for example, will be if they were given another 1,000 years to continue developing. Where will the Tyranids be 100 years from now?
So I say that the Tyranids are going to be gone in 50K.
200 years, 300, as more Tyranids continue to flood into our galaxy.
They're gonna,
and
like,
the ones
this
that
is
are
like a
already here
firework.
continue to
It's gonna burn out
repopulate
quick.
out of control. The singular organism that is the hive mind represents the largest threat to every living creature in the galaxy. They are the end times.
It's gonna
And
have a
due to the
kryptonite, it's gonna
twofold
explode.
factor of first, their primary driving force being the consumption of all organic life, and second, that consumption resulting in the destruction of all those who empower the gods, while simultaneously growing the shadow in the warp that sunders the connection between the physical and the immaterial, blotting out sections of the warp and further reducing the gods' effectiveness. The Pantheon has no ability to influence the hive or any members of its infinite brood.
Yet, once again, we need to start thinking Sunny will take them out in 50K. So, I mean, I didn't want to spoil anything, but I've already, I'm telling you they're gone in 50K because I fucking killed them.
Thus, the
Let's fucking
stronger
go,
and larger
boys.
it gets, the
Up
weaker
high.
they in turn become. The hive mind
but no,
is a
seriously,
larger
I don't
threat
think
to the
this can
galaxy
be
than
the-
all
the
of the
ever-
gods combined, and is
the
more
forever
threatening to
threat.
each god on an individual level than any of their other siblings or the Emperor. It is
We're
for
gonna
those
find a way to beat these guys, and then the story's gonna balance out a little bit more.
reasons that I award the #1 spot to the hive mind as the most powerful entity in all of Warhammer 40K.
I can agree with it.
But what
I like it. Okay.
do you guys think? Do you
I think you're dumb. No, this was a really good video. I make sure, what do we do when we like a channel? We subscribe. I like that he had a lot of backup. I think that this is like, after reading his excerpts and everything, I agree. It's just like it's said, but I just think it's lame because I don't like the Tyranids. It's not like a god, which would be so cool. Oh my god. We subscribe, we give bad comments. No, we leave a comment. By the way, this video, I think the one that we have pinned is, I think that was the previous one we watched. It is, so let's unpin that. And there's the video if you'd like to open it up. Give the guy a like, give him a subscribe. And yeah, that was a good video. I just, I'm never going to be able to see Korn again, and I'm sad that the hive mind is so powerful because I just don't like the idea. I think it's like just a thing, and it's fine, but it's not that cool, and I'm always right, and you know what? So, guys, that is 3 hours of learning about Warhammer. I think for the rest of the day, we're going to be trying out Warhammer Space Marine 1. I'm going to need to take a little bit of a break here to get my stuff set up. That being said, next weekend, we're also going to be doing this exact same thing. We're going to be starting next weekend with this one, the Emperor of Man, with some Luton, which I think I've seen some Luton already. I think I've seen one Luton video. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. That's next week. And then we'll follow it up with more Warhammer games, reacts, games, chats, maybe building. If my rheumatic flare up goes down a little bit, then we could continue building some of our legions, and I will have everything I need to paint. When does the Sunday stream start? Usually 5. Although I post a schedule on my Twitter. No fucking shot! Oh my god, thank you so much! Lord Zarfax, thank you so much. This is actually such an insane gift. I am so happy with that. I don't even know what to say. I have nowhere to put my plastic. Thank you! Yes! Thank you, Lord Zarfax! Oh my god, I appreciate it. This is gonna help me organize my room, which is kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, a mess. But I always post a schedule. Sometimes just keep in mind the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday thing is the one you should look out. Sometimes the days of the week are going to be messed up because I use a, like an automatically generated schedule. So check my Twitter or my Discord. Thank you so much for this. This is like such a big help. And I really love the design of that. So it's going to help me out a lot. It's got like a lot of shelves. It's got really nice lighting. I'm a happy camper. Yippee! Okay, guys. I'm gonna go take a break and celebrate getting that. Thank you. And woo! And maybe next week or the week after, once I finally get this thing built, once it gets to me and I build it, I can show you guys what I put on that shelf. I want to have a Hollow Knight / Silk Song shelf. I'm gonna have one for my minis and maybe one for some of my own merch, and then my regular other VTuber merch. So it's exciting. Okay, I will see you guys in a second, okay? I'm going to take a little quick break. I might get a little quick snacky, and then we're going to play Space Marines 1, which I've never played before. So if you guys... And backseating will probably be, like, pretty permissible. Okay, give me a second. I'll see you in a bit. Don't get lost. Don't cry without me. Oh shit, that was a little too fast. Let me turn this off. My game capture's not working. But I'm back. Let's go. Glorp glorp's here. Let's go here. I need to change some of my options. Oh god. Why is my resolution like this? All right. Let's go over here. Turn that down a bit. Music is so loud. Sorry about that. Okay. How do I turn this to not full screen? And how do I make it? Why is it like this? Every time I alt tab, is it gonna do that thing? Why? Okay, well, let's figure this out. I feel like I can do high. I feel like I should be able to do high stuff. It's an older game. This is just what we've got. How old is it? It doesn't look that old. Okay, also... And then I'm gonna turn it up in OBS. That's still too loud. 20... Oh, it's kind of old. Bunny came back. Bunny came back. Oh my god. Sunny Bunny. Okay, so this is kind of... It just is a full screen game. Turn that up. Turn that down a little bit. A little bit more. And I am ready. No, accept. Okay, back. And make sure my... Okay, everything's working. Let's do the campaign. I've never played this game. This is brand new. Also, I need to get out of this, I need to change my category on Twitch so I don't get in trouble. Space Marines. What is this game called? It's Warhammer 40k SpaceMarine, right? Also, oh my god, 40k SpaceMarine 3 already has a page. Let's do that. It's Blueberry Sim. It's Blueberry Sim 1. So I want to know more about Titus, so we're playing the game. Also, okay, we'll do normal. I like the story. I like playing games regarding this. I feel like in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Priority alarm. Xenos invasion force detected. Titus by Oshi. Titus is my Oshi. He's mine. Designation Forge World. Manufacturer Logicus. We've got some industrial output. Warlord class Titan. Strategic value absolute. What's happening? We're predicting invasion. Oh god. Exterminatus. Strategic. Oh. So this is a negative estimated for dexterity manufacturing acceptable. Delay unacceptable. Okay, so basically, is this Exterminatus was no. Oh. This is a time when you would call an Adeptus Astartes. Interesting. So, okay. Basically, like, you couldn't just blow up the planet. There's a Xenos invasion. They were like, Exterminatus? Nah. Reported the stuff in the planet's worth defending or nuking the entire planet. Gotcha. And they were like, so this is a Sega game. I shat myself upon seeing this? Wait, did Sega not make the second one? Or did Sega make... This is a Sega game. What the fuck is this? Did they make the second one? No, it wasn't originally a Sega game. Oh, it wasn't? Okay. Sonic better be in this game, guys. Did they buy it? Okay, so I need to secure Titans because there's a Xenos invasion. And they couldn't afford a delay. I like that. The decision-making process of, like, their priorities.
My boy Titus. Your hair is so different in this. It's like a little
Captain
shorter.
Titus, the Orcs have massacred the Forge World's forces.
Oh dear.
And they have taken the planetary...
He's captain here. Okay.
Clever of the damned Orcs.
Speed of decision making is not lore accurate. It would be much slower, right?
Brace for evasive maneuvers.
Pilot, report.
Starboard engine is dead, Sergeant. We're losing altitude.
Get the
You're
ship
dead
to
as fuck.
safety. We find another way down.
Aye, Captain.
Oh.
Thunderbolt Lancer Joe returning to launch bay.
Huh.
My blueberry boys.
Are there any, like, trainees who get to pick? Be like, hey, I don't really want to be a blueberry. Like, really, really high-value trainees.
We need to get to the surface to take out the gun battery. Wouldn't want to go home already, Sergeant? Not before having a word or two with the Orcs.
I like it.
Captain.
No, you're basically
The
picked.
Codex Astartes is not supporting
Not the other
this
way
action.
around. Right, yeah. Remember this? Kind of. I played Space Marines 2. Oh, I do remember this. I do remember this. Just flying down. Dude, I get it. Your life is cooler than mine. Your life is just sicker than mine. You have to show it off. The Orcs! Damn. Dodge Titus. Do a barrel roll. Above Forge World, Graya. Oh boy. Oh, no, we're shooting. We're bad at shooting. Oh, X to chain strike. Okay, what am I hitting? Not that. I was not hitting X. Oh shit, I'm taking damage. I've got my health bar. Kind of a higher level guy. Oh, I'm super bad at hitting. Oh, what's this? Wide stun. Okay, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, he's dead. Wah! Stupid rocks. Oh. Ooh. Press R button. Okay. The mechanics are much simpler. I don't see any... Guys, how is the volume? Is the volume... It looks pretty loud on my end. I might turn it down a little bit for you guys. Maybe a couple decibels here, just so that it's audible, but like not. It's good? Okay, well, I don't believe you. Oh, now it looks a little low, so we'll adjust. Oh, hey! Hey, cut that out! The mechanics immediately look a little bit simpler, which is good. There's like no serious pairing, is there? I'm so curious about the Sega history. How Sega ended up being... Oh my god. Oh dear. Oh! I need to execute somebody. Alright, give me that. Thank God. And who is... There we go. Ow, 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 stop it, stop it! Oh. I'm not hitting it. No parry. Sega bought... Oh, so Sega bought it. Okay, so it wasn't originally... I'm picking up what we're putting down. Oh, it's X and Y to chain kick? Oh, shoot. Nice. Oh. Press what? B to rotate. If Sonic isn't in this game, there's no point. I want to see a skin. Oh, shoot. And it's that easy, boys. God damn. Titus is a strong motherfucker. You're cheating. Oh boy. Oh. I'm calling bullshit. Orcs call SpaceMarine beakies. Oh, really? Grand Taurus, thank you so much for the bits. I had no idea. Got overpowered by a blue dude yaps a lot. Sonic is human spirit. You guys were too slow. Where's Tails? Oh my god, like the slightly low resolution SpaceMarine logo. I love it. This is kind of like, it doesn't feel like it, it's starting to feel a little bit like a 2013 game.
Damned orcs shot me off course. I've had no word from Leandros,
Sucks
but
to
I'm
suck.
picking up Vox chatter from Imperial Guard forces on the ground.
I scarcely thought any would be left alive, much less still fighting.
Heading towards the front lines now.
I will meet you there.
Is it confusing for like times to change and so much stuff to happen, but like Titus is still just like, I mean, he's hundreds of years old. What happens? Do they ever go back to Terra and be like, bro, what the fuck? They're running! Get back here! This is the prequel, yeah! Still is the question stands.
Evacuate in orderly fashion. Public disturbances will not be tolerated.
Wah. How do I run? There we go.
SpaceMarines!
Oh, I'm missing you point blank. You didn't see it, little man. I don't miss. A bolter? Let's see.
SpaceMarine.
Bolter unlocked. I like it.
This way, boys.
It feels better. Nice. I'm always down to shoot more.
Space Marine.
Look him up in Space Marine too.
Space Marine.
Yeah. We beat that game on stream. It was a good one. I liked it. I have to admit, I do like fighting the orcs significantly better. They have personality.
Captain, destroy them.
Captain! Yo! I'm back with my boy! You got that guy, right? You good?
Here they come. This way. They got no way out of there.
Wait, where are they? Oh, shoot! Ah! Hey. I like how the thing lights up when you're shooting them. Very, very needed. And very appreciated. Oh. Hey! Hey! I see you! Can you fuck? Oh boy, somebody... They're falling down. That's it, I'm gonna run out of ammo. Oh. I need to... Give me a second. I need to punch you in the face. Okay. Oops. Advice. Shoot them. Woo! Woo! Where did you all come from? You can still take damage as you do the execute, which I think is different in this game. Boom! Boom! Orc's Cockney accent. This is just London. I'm kidding. We clown on British people, but British people clown back.
Are you wounded?
Brother Sonny. Yes, Brother Kendron.
The Codex Astartes warns against using jump packs to leap blindly into enemy fire, and for good reason.
Your days as a novice are behind you. Why do you still interpret the Codex so narrowly?
I look to its rules for guidance.
Oh damn, it's kind of a...
But there are also benefits to thinking for yourself.
That's kind of a savage thing to say. Your days as a novice are over. Like, but my bro is just saying like rookie mistake, dumbass. Oh boy. Actually, did you know? There's benefits to thinking for yourself. Thinking for yourself. What heresy is that? Are there still guys over here? Oh.
We make for the defense cannon, Captain.
Sedona's
Yes.
picked up local Imperial Guard communications. They survived under the shadow of that gun.
Shadow the Hedgehog?
How?
I knew Sega made this game. Don't orcs reproduce by going to war? They reproduce by dying. Oh boy. Don't kill my boy. He's just a man. Oh, whoops. Dude, it's so nice to get this again. Like, they really did it, like, justice, the second one. This is super fun, but like I can see how it's an improvement. Like they definitely made an improvement on the original. Oh, ammo. Thank you. Oh shit! I hit every button but B. THQ went bankrupt not long in this game. 2 years later, Sega bought all the THQ IPs. Sega's so bad at making anything.
We would be, my lord.
They seem to be good at like buying other people's IPs. Like they bought Miku to make Miku games.
Follow the trench network to the
They have Sonic.
command bunker.
Carry on, guardsman. We rendezvous with Sidonis, then we find this lieutenant.
It's so hard to be a Sega fan.
Intel on the gun battery.
Through here, my lords. Head out the upper level and continue through the plaza. The bunker is beyond that.
Why is Lenders turns in the Inquisition? We don't think for ourselves. We are the Emperor's Smurfs. Let me get some. There we go. Got my ammo. I feel like I needed more than that. Onward.
A few hundred against 1 million orcs, but they fight on.
Only in death is duty.
Get off! My legs. I can't feel my legs. I got to see a SpaceMarine before the end.
Can't feel your legs?
Those who fight in your name.
I didn't do that. Misfire. He'll be fine. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in. Eat at. I thought I was helping. Thank you for the hydrate. Bro. No. Mercy kill. They talk all about it.
I'm in position at a broken monument near the guard lines.
It's a good thing to do. I fixed his problem. He can't feel anything. Yeah. Welcome, Morgan. How are you? How are you doing? There who is? Ooh. Run. Brother! The orcs, brother!
Sergeant, I see you found something to keep you busy.
The orcs are for me, brother.
I've saved some orcs for you.
Why does orcs sound so much like oats?
Well defended, no mistake.
But typical orc
The orcs
behavior
are for
would be
me,
to
brother.
dismantle or destroy the gun.
And certainly not use it to keep our forces at bay. There's a strategy behind it. Their leader is no fool.
This day is getting interesting.
Oh. See, I like seeing like an old man, Space Marine.
That was the
You gotta be old as fuck.
Did he survive?
If the Horde hasn't turned
Where are we
on
going?
itself, it's still under his control.
Oh.
Genetic scan complete.
Chainsword? Yeah, I think I will do that. Chainsword unlocked. Okay. Shoop-a-doop, boop, 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 beep-a-doop, boop, boop, bop. Get fucked. Oh, this is cooler. I am significantly cooler than I was moments ago. Oh, you guys good? Nice. Oh, whoops. Only in death does duty end. Why is shit so strict? Oh, you are an orc. I'm like staring too long. I'm like, he blends in with the background. Oh shit, I'm so bad at killing these guys. It's actually really, it's bad. Jesus, the execution animation. Guys, can you please die? Without me having to do anything, please? Excellent. I'm not good at aiming. It's a thing. I didn't grow up playing these games. Get stomped. I'm gonna run out of, oh, I thought that was ammo. I was like, I'm not gonna run out of shit. It's kind of like a little bit of a, I'm in the trenches right now.
Target that
A
squad.
little mazy. What year was this made? I think somebody said 2013. Oh my god, did my guys just die? Sorry, Cadians. I was talking to chat. Except I don't think these are Cadians. Come on, I need like ammo. I need ammo and the situation is dire. Anything? No, it's the... Oh my god, no! No! The dog! Why did they strap bombs to the dog? 2011. No! The dog is so cute. I need this ammo. Grenades?
Oh, shoot.
Wait. Okay, I'm getting shot from over here. Oh, no, no, those are my guys. We're gonna have to... I'm afraid to shoot you guys because you're near the... I'm like afraid of this because it takes one shot. Yeah, like that. Oh god. Oh, good. A whole bunch of little minions. They're exploding. I'm exploding. I don't... Oh boy. Oh boy. Take some ammo. Wait, this was money. Where's all? No. No stim packs? Chat, the situation is dire. No. Titus. I can't believe Titus fucking dies. Alright, let's try again. Switch your pistol for... Oh, yeah, I gotta do that then. Oh no, they start you with the same amount of ammo. They're smart. We just kind of like... Just kind of... Oh boy. Just need to be in the habit of just like constantly executing. And then we get more guys. Alternative ending. Titus fucking immediately dies. The situation is tragic. Everyone is confused. How did this happen? Help. Okay. I'm trying to execute this guy. I might die in the execution. Oh, I'm alive. Wait, don't turn this way. No ammo. Just keep executing. Will I survive the... No, I won't. Shit. Shit. Okay, new strategy. This is a blast from the past. Yeah, this is... What I will say is that, this is harder than the other game for two reasons. One, dying doesn't reset your ammo. Two, you still take damage when you're getting health back. So like this, in the other game, you just stop taking damage. But in this game, you can die in the middle of it. So you gotta be careful. Come on. Gotta get the little guys. Start with the little ones. It's not just the little orcs. I want to kill every orc. See, like this is some mad damage, but if you just keep doing that, like also I just missed one, so will I die in the... Potentially. Okay. No, I need that one alive. I need that one alive. Use my HP. Oh dear. Punch him! Punch him! There we go. I don't want to be tactical. I want to run in and kill things. There we go. Got my HP back. Stomp kill. Yeah. XXXY. I'll keep that in mind. Be tricky. HP, please. It's also, another thing I've noticed is that it's kind of random what you get. Like, you will either get, like, a really long finisher, or you'll get something that happens immediately. Oh boy. Oh my god! You have a problem. Oh my god! I have a problem! No ammo. Shit. I was kind of hoping that would affect him. It didn't. Okay, we can't get HP back, so don't go this way. No, no! Shit, this guy has a problem. And I have an itchy eye. I have no ammo. Stop getting out of the way of my grenades. Oh, shit. Wait, I'm alive? Alright. Oh, 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 shit. I died from a tumble. Oh, they do not give you, you don't get iframes. That is good to know. Let's do this. Do this. Alright. I, like, wish there was a way to get ammo at this juncture. I would have not used it all had I known that there really wasn't one. Oh, I died! I don't know it did that much damage. There's ammo behind- oh, wait, what? There's ammo? Oh shit, wait a second. There's ammo? Or did you think there was ammo and you looked and you're like, there's no? Because I can't kill the guy shooting above. The guardsman? Oh damn, is this what ammo looks like? Oh. Is there more ammo? Or is that the ammo? That's the ammo. Okay. I have like some, technically I have ammo. Oh. Okay. Another thing is that the other game, you just get your full ammo back. Oh, oh! Oops, sorry. Sorry, Titus. That seems to be the ammo. That sucks. It's not that bad. It's good. It's good to get any. Some is better than none. Oh, don't shoot anything. You need it for Mr. Guy. Okay. Oh shit. Nope, don't shoot, don't shoot. My temptation to shoot is so high. Nice. Oh. Get down here.
Dropship incoming.
Hey. Get off the wall. Heating. Oh, I like that you can kind of attack them on any level. Ow! I need HP. I'll keep that one there for... I don't want to blow that thing up. Oh, he killed himself. Thank you, Goo, for the bits! Have blue outlines. Alright. Sounds good. Oh boy. Oh, I missed him. Oh, he's dead.
Space Marines, thank you.
Ammo indeed helped.
Where is your commander, Guardsman?
Inside, but the door is sealed.
I believe they will let us through. Imperial.
Let me turn, This is my strategy.
Guard, we are Ultramarines. Open this door.
Yeah, open sesame.
Space Marines.
While he sealed the rows out. Okay, guys, I could use some more. Any extra amount of ammo would be like super appreciated.
Another horde of the greenskins are headed here from the south.
Greenskins, just because they're green? No, I'm kidding. I'm not offended. I'm trying to look out for the ammo, but I feel like that's one thing we don't want to have like limited amounts of on the floor here. Absolutely. Shouldn't Ultramarines be a different shade of blue? Is this not Ultramarine? It's like literally the color.
Reinforce their position, hold the line, and stay alive.
Aye, Lieutenant.
It's a bit pale. Oh? Any woman who wears her hair like this, by the way, is a psychopath. Like low ponytail.
Second Lieutenant Mira, 203rd Cadian Regiment.
Captain Titus of the Ultramarines.
You are in command.
I've never met a girl like this who's like a normal person who only wears her hair in a ponytail like
so
this.
So far, they seem content to stay put.
Lieutenant,
that's what I'm looking for.
How many?
2.
Damn. I sent out 10. That damn gun. We don't have the numbers to
obviously it's regulations, but I'm informing you.
That is why
actually this is probably not a good, this is like, don't base like life decisions and people you talk to off of like a stranger saying that they don't like this ponytail style. Just my type though, so I'm good. Okay, good. I definitely prefer that, I don't want...
Adeptus Astartes.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I got a new gun because... Gain Fury? Oh shit, I skipped that accidentally.
Only that our troops were sent to guard the Titan Invictus at Manufactorum Ajacis. But that was 2 weeks ago, and we've lost contact.
We need to reach that Titan.
They're dead.
The fastest route is across the rail bridge behind the gun complex. It leads directly to the western gates of
she's
the
kidding, she's already nuts. Damn. Rage mode. Oh, okay. Is this like built into like, is this like a thing that Ultramarines do? Is that they go super angry? Or is it just kind of like...
Get me that field manual.
Oh wait, no, because there's an organ in the Astartes that is the something furnace. That can kick in if you're gonna die, right? So I think all of the Space Marines, like every Space Marine, technically has an organ that will do this.
Digger! Form a down firing line.
No, they all have it. It's the something engine. Is that not everybody? Did I misread? Oh boy. That's a lot of boys. Why am I... This is not the time to be... Oh god, hack and slash. It's so loud. Guys, I upped the volume and it's way too loud. There we go. Oh god, it's the long... Oh god. It's the long animation. Fuck! Okay. Okay. Never too loud to hear the name of Zetos. True. Not all of them are outrageously mad. Yeah, but there is like, I thought there was, I read all about the 19 organs that get put in them and, oops, wrong way. I thought there was basically an organ for like last minute, for a last stand. Oh, okay. Get some audio logs. Oh, where am I going here? Yep, the little path here. Gosh. Oh, is that not it? No, it was not. 21 now? Jeez, the wiki's out of date. Hey guys. Hey, where are we going? She's looking in this direction. Where are we going? Guys? Guys? What? We just came from this way. Also, I missed all this ammo. Maybe we didn't come from this way. Maybe I'm crazy. Did I use them all? I don't know. I don't think so. No, I didn't come this way. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah. All right. Alrighty, Rooney. Scoop.
More humans to kill.
Oh. Oh, don't be shooting. I've learned. I missed. Oh. I'm going to the back line. I'm missing everything up here. I love the ferocity. They're furious. They're just... No! Stand up! Wait. Oh, I can literally take his weapon. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. No, hold on. I see. No, I can take this thing. Damn, that's cool. Well, okay. What the fuck's happening back there? Yo. There we go. That guy at the back was ticking me off. I want more of this.
The orcs hold the trenches beyond the ruins.
2010, yeah, this game was on PlayStation 3. Oh my god.
The orcs took it almost as soon as we got here. Nearly 2 weeks ago. Our unit was the only one to make landfall before they gained control. Now none of our ships can get past the gun.
Damn. Unfortunate, really. Oh my god. I need to execute somebody at my HP. My health is low? It's not low. I would say low. It's more like a mid... I'm like debating with the game, but it's above half.
Weapons authorization confirmed. Access granted.
Stalker boat unlocked. Oh. Shit. That was a commitment. I didn't realize that, like, you can't take it back. Oop. That's okay. I'm not really good with accuracy, though. It's like 60%. Above half? Above half is, like, not low.
That's where the orcs breached the gun battery.
Oh.
We haven't been able to make it inside the wall. There just aren't enough of us.
You have survived this long on your own, Lieutenant. You have done well. But you are no longer alone. We will retake the gun.
Let's
Get your
go.
reinforcements.
I'll hold you to that, Captain.
Hell yeah.
Citizens will be turned away.
We're heading back to the command post, Captain.
Ammo.
Good luck.
Oh, I have ammo for once in my freaking life. I have a ton of grenades. I don't need that. I forget about grenades. How do I switch weapon again? Oh boy, this is it's not working out here. I know you're back there. Show yourself. There you are. Oh my gosh. You're gonna go.
Orcs on the high ground.
Humans to kill.
The D-pad. Oh. Okay. My back itches. Oh my god, I punched the mic. I'm so sorry. How are your ears? Alright. Sick. I can hear them, but I can't see them, and that means they're not real. Toast Wizard, thank you so much for the Prime! Let's go! Oh, ow. There we go. Thank you. Did you know that only,
Again.
Oh.
Shoot me again.
2% of people use their Prime? I don't need grenades. Use your Prime if you have one. You don't have to use it on me. Just use it in general.
Space Marines! It's the Space Marines!
Oh, shoot. Don't tell anybody. Okay, let me switch my gun. Yeah, let's try this one. Get my infinite pistol. Sorry, I'm scratching my face. My skin has been like kind of dry. I don't know what the hell is going on. Showing seeing a small line at the bottom of the screen. Oh god, is there? Here, let's see. I can't see it. Chat, is it real? Oh my god, there is a small line at the— oh my god, it's not perfectly 1080. That's right. Here, let me see what I can do. Is that gonna just not— alright. No, there's a line at the top of the screen. Oh shit. Here, okay, let's just kinda— is it gone? Oh no, it's not the top! Fuck, the game's just not 1080p. The game is in like some super weird dimension. Fuck. Stretch source to screen. I just tried to do that, but I still see you can hit Control F to automatically do that. Why is it like this? The lines have breached containment. It's like 1079. Guys, why— here. I can't— okay, you can't go to audio options anymore. Or video options. It's just audio and— but we saw it at the beginning of the stream. We were like, what the fuck is with this dimension? Where are they going?
Kill them all! Smash those Space Marines!
Where am I supposed to be shooting, bros? They're just kind of going around the rosy. Pocket full of posy. I'm so sorry. This is entertaining me endlessly. They just keep getting shot in the head as they tunnel through there. You okay? Oh my god, he's not okay. Ow! Oh shit. Intentional, by the way. Is you okay? Okay, now there's like so much ammo everywhere. Now I'm like, okay, it's time to start using my weapons again. Oh, through the little hole? No. Oh, over there. Okay. How do I lose my way so quickly? I couldn't tell ya. I don't know how. I blink and then I'm somewhere. I'm facing the wrong direction. Ooh. Oh. It's so funny hearing the same audio effect. Wah! Like they didn't want to, they couldn't record more for it. The boys! How similar or different does this feel? It feels pretty similar, I'm not gonna lie. It just, actually, in some ways I like it more.
Look at these cables. They must be powering orc contraptions across the battlefield.
Obviously, like, the graphics are not as good, and the smashing executes are not as good. It's definitely simpler.
Captain, assault support pods were dropped in
Very,
this
very,
area.
very, very good. It feels good. Like, if you reskinned this and released it today, I wouldn't be mad. Oh? You mean it? It aged, yes, super well. Although I will say, like, I think Warhammer Space Marine 2 has a certain amount of dopamine.
Take to the high ground, Captain. We will deal with the orcs down here.
How do I say? Like, there's something new happening every couple of seconds. These games didn't need to do that because they weren't competing with the likes of TikTok that are like maliciously bad for you. Oh. Woo! Oh, extra ground pound. I'll keep that in mind. Oh. Oh. How do I get up? Shit, we need to kill you. Okay. I need to like not be executing everybody though. Yeah, for that reason. No. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Be a little more careful here. Classic Space Marine games. There's what's the other one? Dark Tide? That I saw some footage of, and everyone was like, and I just assumed it was a. What is this? I'll take this because I technically lack. How do I jump again? It's A? Okay. I'm just kind of just go this way. They want my ass handed me to me though. Okay. Oh, I missed. Okay. Where am I? No. I'm fucking up the ground pounds here. Let's just kill these guys. Everyone else is having fun killing the orcs but me. Nice. Okay, where are we going? Dark Tide is 40k. Oh. Well, actually all of your friends just died. Okay, the ground pound is really fun. Nice. And this is like extremely similar. Like super similar to the last game. Oop. The fact that there's so many like achievements to get is super reminiscent of like old games. Like in the way that you get them.
Come and get me, SpaceMarine! Shoot those humans!
Super similar. These boys are rolling lots of 5s and 6s with their shooting. Yeah, indeed. Oh, what's back here? Being able to just go super fucking fast is quite nice. Okay, no. Just making sure there's nothing I need over there. Here's what? The rock?
No room for that jump pack, Captain.
Captain.
That rock delivered the orcs right into the gun fortress.
No, there's so much room for it. I'll bonk my little noggin, but it's fine. Speaking of achievements, yeah, I keep getting them. It's super nostalgic. Somehow the noise, it's like I know it's a Steam noise, but somehow the way I'm getting them is nostalgic. Let me run. When was the last time you guys played this game? It's probably been forever. I mean, it's 13 years old, 14 years old, this game. We meet up here. Straighten my back, make sure my back's good. I can't believe I have to work tomorrow. Oh, hi, BB. My cat's here. My car. Gotta readjust. When the 360 was a relevant console. Damn. I'm behind. Ooh. The little guy's running away. I'm so sad. Oops.
This fortress is swarming with orcs. Clearing this place will take days.
Those guardsmen cannot survive that long. We find a way to destroy.
Oh my god, I double sneezed. I was like, I felt like I needed to sneeze so badly. And then my body was like, you know what? You really do gotta sneeze. Ooh. Double bless you. Thank you. Bless you twice. That surprised me. You know, and you sneeze and you're like, oh. Hmm?
Medicaid facilities should expect significant delays regarding removal of deceased persons.
Significant delays. This is like United every time I try to get on their flights. Oh, what are you telling me here? Ammo? I don't think I need any. Here, come on. Hit the button. Let me shoot this. Oh. I don't know how to detonate that. I'm assuming somebody steps on it, it goes off?
An armory. Sure to be something useful.
Emperor bless you twice. That hasn't happened in a really long time. Oh?
Look here, Captain. Melter charges.
Put those in the right place, and this whole fortress will come down.
We could put
Why
the
is it
charge on one
here?
of the gun shells.
Leandros, you do the chapter proud.
Oh, damn. We were just like, you know what would be cool? Killing everything. Wait. Okay. Killing it is. There I go killing again. I think we just gotta whack until we have... Until, like, this time. Now we gotta slap. I don't know what to do. My cat is just staring at me. I wish I could set that thing off. I just don't know how. And I'm like, I feel like I give her a lot of attention mission. Maybe I need more toys for her. But also, like, this is like the same cat that gets like really ticked off if I don't like, if I don't let her like sleep like on me. This cat will be upset if her body isn't like physically on top of mine when we sleep. And I'm like, bro, I can't do that. You've cut my circulation off. Same. I'm like, is this mean? Is this a mean thing? I don't think it's mean. Oh. Just gonna kinda... Oh, oh, awkward reload. Nope, come back. Don't hide.
Shell storage is below.
Okay. Oops. Slaps it, it explodes. We're fucked. How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you guys doing today? You guys have overhydrated me and I have to use the bathroom again, but hopefully at the end, well, I think I can kind of like wait until the end of this mission. If I know these games, it's like usually like, actually, if I'm being honest, this is like, we've been playing for an hour and a half now, and actually I feel like the missions were like 1 hour each in SpaceMarine 2. So maybe they're more like an hour and a half in this game. Or it might not be split up like that. Don't hydrate me! Don't! Have a sip. Oh boy. Help. Explodey dogs. Oh, it's awkward. Show yourself! Oh my god, you're such a coward. We know! No, not the dog! I hear the dog! Dude. Everything's everywhere. I like how they take cover. Like, the orcs are much smarter than the Tyranids. Well, I mean, like, not smart, you know, but they actually do things that, like, make sense. The Tyranids just die. Have played the tabletop? No, I have not. I have some of the, we're slowly building some, oh boy, these are, like, crazy guys. These are not, like, they are not fucking around. Can you, speaking of not fucking around. Dude. I see somebody over here. Kinda need HP. And I need it badly. I got some of my shield back. Oh, he missed somehow. Alright, well, I'm alive. That's what matters. Space Marines. You know there's Space Marines here. The orcs forget. They forget. Leave them alone. You can't blame them. Space Marine! Holy shit.
There. I will place the charge on that shell.
Are we sure we want to do that?
Now to move the shell into place.
Me? So, why does the shell itself look like a chapel? Damn, I'm strong. Holy hell. Holy. With cathedral windows, yeah.
We cannot rely on luck for this, Sidonus.
Cannot forget
follow the shell
artistry.
up and make sure it reaches its destination.
Hold R.
Now back to the lift.
On my keyboard, I'm playing with controller. And I could switch over. Now we head back? Okay. Let's do it. I'm schmovin'. The run animation is a little goofy looking. I don't hate it though. I will say that it looks, how do I put this? Like, I think the goal is to make everything look really fast. Like, these guys look inhumanly fast, and they do. Oh boy. Give me a second, I need this guy. Oh boy. There we go, that's what I needed, my HP back. Oh boy. We've got big boy. Ah. Shit. Ow.
Time to die.
Oh, okay. Hey, it worked. I will say it's very satisfying actually, you know. That tiny pew pew.
Keep clear.
Smidge more weight to it,
This
yeah.
is not a drill.
Can't you stomp? You can stomp. Stomp. You do the tightest stomp. You can still twerk in this game by like just. Anyway, it's not the focus of the game. It's just it's a feature, not the focus. Just gonna pick everything up. Reload. My back itches actually. Give me a second. Oh yeah, go pee. I forgot I need to pee. Give me a second. I need to pee. It's probably not good for me to like forget that stuff. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm pissing. Oh, let me mute. Give me a second. I don't want you guys hearing me piss. You're not allowed to be mad that I muted when I went to piss. That's forbidden. Ah, Zarfax, thank you so much for the bits. I came back. All I did, I literally just got paid to piss. Thank you. Can somebody, by any chance, if you have time, or if you remember, could somebody remind me to like put my laundry in the dryer? Shit. That's a lot of guys. Here, let me. My little pistol ain't doing anything. There we go. Oh shit. Okay. Oh. Oh my god.
Shoot those humans!
Shoot those humans! No, I'm a good human. I want us to. Why can't we be friends?
Kill them SpaceMarines!
Oh my god. Took so much damage. I'm still taking damage. Here, let me get that ammo. Hey, hey, there we go. No, wrong button.
Crush the SpaceMarines!
No, remind me later. Remind me when it's relevant. Don't remind me now. Stomach is gurgling. There we go. Why the fuck is she wet in the first place? Shinobi, how are you doing? Oh my god. I missed your puns. I'm like low-key super itchy and I'm thinking I might be having an allergic reaction. Something. I need to. My doctor ordered me to go get another allergy test, and that was 3 months ago, and I didn't do it. Because I'm like, what the fuck? I've already done one of those, and now like I'm itchy for no fucking reason. Guys, if I ever become allergic to peanut butter, just know that like I'm depressed about it. If I'm like, yeah, guys, in some news, I'm allergic to peanut butter, and I'm like playing it off super cool. Like, just know in my heart, I'm so devastated. Sonny, it's fine. We own your life, Sonny. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm saying it's just a thing. I'm so tired of going to the doctors. It's like constant. Like, can't my body just like keep it together for 4 fucking seconds without me having to be like, oh, you have an allergic reaction? Oh, are you okay? What's this? Oh, ammo. Yeah. Oh, you can't? There are places you can max your ammo out. Oh, I did not know. I'm just looking at the wrong things. I don't need more ammo. Oh dear. Let me in. Oh, okay, I gotta do this. Oh, I have to pick up this new marksman mode. Fury now allows you to enter marksman mode. Time slows down, allowing you to place shots with lethal precision. Use L and R to enter Fury mode, then left trigger to enter marksman mode. Alright. Let's see if that works.
Kill the Space Marines! Space Marines!
Well, I want to use it when there's like more guys. Here, let me, thank you for holding that one. What are you playing on? I'm playing on an Xbox controller.
There's our shell.
Like 4 different things I need to work out. It's exhausting. Can relate to that. I want to check out my...
Leandros,
oh yeah,
get the shell into that loader. I will cover
Waiting
you.
for my first allergy test to come out for the real allergist book appointment. Yeah, I'm like, I'm too tired. I work a job. I don't want to have to like think, you know, every couple of weeks. Oh my god, do I need to move this thing over?
Incoming fire.
Oh my god, no, we just gotta protect it. Shoot me again. Oh, oh, marksman mode. Oh, there it is. I can't see shit. I can't fucking see. Let me... Okay, I blew it, but that's okay. We have the right gun out now. I think this is a dead moment. I'm using the giant bomb as like a protection. I'm dead. Oh shit. Big stomp XXY. Yep. I think I've been doing that. XXXY. 1, 2, 3. I have not been doing that. I've been doing this, which is just Y. Okay, so keep in mind, do the thing right. Oh, I need this. I have marksman mode too, so that should help me. Let me make sure I got the gun I want. Okay.
Artillery shell moving into position.
Space Marines! Come and get me, Space Marines!
Fucked it up.
Time to die!
Huh.
There's our shell.
1, 2, 3. Use the stompy. There you go.
Then we put it back.
Just wants Titus to step
get the
on
shell
them.
into that loader. I will cover you.
Ah, unfortunate truth of the reality is... Look at this man. It was so funny because I was reading on Grimdank, I was reading about how people think Titus is ugly. I was like...
Incoming fire.
Okay. Oh. The is so funny to me.
Firing now.
Incoming.
Yes, we still have. He is like he is extremely attractive, actually. Funny thing about Titus being ugly is that he's not. He's like Superman chiseled face. Oh shit, so what did I do there?
Enemy sighted.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Oh, the dogs. I did not see the dogs.
No fear.
The dogs are in there. They look just like little guys. His model was way too much Craig. His new model has way too much. What is Crag? Oh, this way.
The SpaceMarines.
Oh. I like your pizzazz. You got some pizzazz.
The Emperor be with you, SpaceMarine.
Okay. Let's get that out.
Firing sequence in progress.
Space Marines!
Ah. I see. Oh, he died. Okay. He died in the middle of that. Okay, so be careful. Just shoot the dogs. Like, that's my new strategy. I shoot these guys,
Then we put
and then I shoot the dogs.
Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover you.
I will. Also, I love their super Latin names. Aww.
Incoming fire.
I know I have that, like, sniper mode, but
Firing now.
I think we're set without that. Now I can use the sniper mode on the dogs. Or not. Because I can't see them. Oh dear. Are all the dogs dead?
Sighted.
I'm trying to keep my brain open looking for them. Oops. Like the simplest combo ever. Oh my god, I didn't see the big guy. Pick up ammo. Yeah, I will. Help. He is so wild. You dead yet? Oh my god! What is that? Pause. Guys, it can't be! Oh, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying! Oh shit, I'm super dead. I'm super dying. I'm dying cubed.
In place, Captain.
Oh, really?
And up it goes. We'd be better off seeing this fortress detonate from the outset.
Why?
Agreed.
Happy Easter, Sunny. Long time no see. This old traveler has returned from his spiritual journey. I want to check up on you. Have you been? You're a good start to Easter season. Good start so far. I had a good day. Sorry, farming and death. I can't believe it. So that you got into Warhammer because you thought the Codex was Roman history text. I'm not going to lie, but months before I got into, you know, Warhammer, I was having an enormous amount of fun just reading about Roman history.
What is your situation?
And I think the connection between the two helped me forge interest in
Very well. My battle brothers and I must
in this
secure
game.
any
By the way,
operational
Nomad, thank you so much for the
warlord
100
class
bits.
before the orcs can loot
One
them.
of us. And honestly, I didn't really care for the Roman Empire. I cared about the Roman Republic. That was the most fun part, the most interesting. You got the wackiest, zaniest characters in an empire. Anytime you get a wacky, zany character, they get fucking murdered. Because it's a bad thing. So yeah, it was like the perfect timing. I mean, obviously there's like problems with, you know, Roman history has like its issues. It had laws, like a very rarely had the Roman Republic had a set of laws. You never really see that. But one of the laws was like, yeah, your dad can just kill his son if he wants. If he's like super ticked at his son, you like his dad can just be like, that's fucking it, dude. You're done. And send him to die. Happy Easter! Ah! Takoru! Thank you! Saw your reacts. Oh, to Phantoms, I love your voice. Thank you! Stop! You're so nice to me. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy and chill. Sometimes I get murdered for not being wacky. It just ends with Kato, Rome's last citizen. Yeah, Kato, who was just like, I will not fucking fall for this shit. He died.
Work outlived all of them.
If I'm not mistaken, they just didn't want to kill the guy. He just would not bend any knee to any emperor. Oh shit.
Did the lieutenant not say these tracks went to the complex?
I will prosecute you, Caesar. Well, to be fair, Caesar was, you know, it's just, it wasn't supposed to be like that. Like, how do you get, how does any republic end? And it ends with a dictator taking over. That's how an empire starts. You get an emperor. I like the republic, and the United States is like, our constitution was based off of the Roman Republic. And there was supposed to be, I mean, there was a branch of government where you could voluntarily become dictator in the Roman Republic. Oh god. You could become dictator. You had the praetor. You could just become dictator. But it would be for 6 months in times of like crisis. But they realized this isn't really good. We need 2 of these. So they made 2 of them so that there would be like checks and balances. And one day, somebody figured it out. They were like, wait, if there's 2 of us, I could just kill the other guy and become emperor. And he did that. This is not surprising. That was the consul. Praetor and consul, basically the term just changed. Yeah. The consul, one of them is a 1 guy and the other one is a 2 guys. When it became 2 people, the name for it changed. Help. Consul is 2. Yeah. I'll get them confused. It's been a second. Feel free to correct. I might get my terms wrong, but I'm getting my general gist correct. My general vibe. The terms are the first thing that leave my brain. I have never been good at English. Hi! Dog! Dude, what is that? Oh my god! What is that noise? Ah! Stop strapping bombs to the dogs. It's making me low-key super sad. Did that dog just kill that other dog? No! No! Scary crueling shaped doggo. It is very crueling shaped. Crash them orcs. Crash these guys. Holy crap, we're
Now
cool.
to stop this ram. Time to impact.
No more than 6 minutes.
Time enough.
Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna go fast. Didn't take fall damage. I feel like it takes more to hurt a Space Marine's little knees.
Stop the Space Marines!
I need to be careful with my ammo. I'm starting to just use it. When I could, if you lose it and then you lose it. Ow! I'm gonna get the shit kicked out of me. This is why I should not use it. So willy-nilly. Wow! Oh shit! Did he just teleport onto me, guys? Oh no, I'm just stuck. I'm just high-key, like, super stuck. It's just close quarters here. Oh shit, wait, I gotta see this. Oh shit! I was not expecting that. The cat has escaped my room. Oh my god! He's not okay! Oh my god. All my HP back, let's go. Squigs are the best, they can be eaten, they can even be here. What? Not the squiggy! Don't hurt. I like the squigs a lot. Again, they remind me of Kog'Maw from League, and there's like a certain amount of ugly that's cute. You know, when something's ugly, it can be kind of adorable.
Time to impact.
Less than 4 minutes.
Oh, I don't want to use that on it. This.
armor.
Oh, I
These
did not
trains
see
have
that.
point defense turrets. There'll be a heavy weapon ahead.
Forward then.
I'm once again wasting all my ammo. Shit, did that hit me? Okay. I need to kill those things like first and foremost. Because they do like a lot of damage.
While I get to that weapon.
I just need to run up to these guys. Oh, shit. No, please stop. My team is killing them. Team! I hear somebody, but I do not see somebody. That's why she likes us. Yippee. I think you guys are really, like, I have, like, a really nice community. Seriously, like, such a cozy group of people who aren't afraid to just be goofy on occasion. Thank God. Oh, shit, are you not? I'm trying to... There we go. It's like, we got a good combo of goofy and serious. Which is nice, because that's what people are. Like, nobody's just always one thing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, what am I supposed to be doing here? Okay. I really need to vent it, but I don't know how. Oh, okay. I'm getting my shit kicked in. Unfortunate. I am dead. I really couldn't figure out how to let go of that. She called us nice. Hearing voices. You guys said. That's it. Okay, let's try this again. And yeah, it kind of has you as a sitting duck. So let's see how unsitting ducky I can be. And also I learned X to tear off. Gotcha. And I'm missing a whole bunch. That's okay. I see. I'm dead. It is pretty fucking cool to just rip that thing off, though. Oh shit, I'm dead. Shit.
Success is measured in blood.
I did not see that guy. High key. I'm a standing duck, a standing goose, a sitting duck or a standing goose. What do they say? What are the guys? How do you tear them off? Oh, how did I do that? Was it X? Let me immediately just go rip this thing off, and we're not continuing until I rip that thing off. Okay, it's X. I'm not giving it enough time to actually vent. My cat has really taken a liking to, like, to scratching my treadmill. Ooh. It's not okay, so it automatically kind of like takes care of itself. Shit. If it overheats, so I can kind of just shit. I'm very high key, don't want to die. But damn.
Serve the Emperor today. Tomorrow,
Use Fury. Ah, that's right. Oh my god, did it just break in the background? Wait. Shit. I will Fury this. Let me Fury the fuck. I forget how to do... Okay, it's both buttons at the same time. Okay. I forgot that gives you HP back. And it also gives you aiming, which... Rapid fire aiming. So that's good. Give me this. Died in the cutscene. Unfortunate. It's cheating. Oh, I'm missing. Oh, I'm missing. Ooh, missing. Really rapid fire missing. Here we go. Don't shoot where they are. Shoot where they're gonna be. Damn! Re-fucking lags! Oh, am I not? Oh, I'm not able to use it? Oh. Okay. I will just win without it. I'm using your own tech against you. Okay. Ah. Come on. Surely you're dead. Surely you are dead by now. I'm sure it's like what they're thinking as well. How are you still alive? Okay. I did it. And I'm alive in the cutscene. I don't know why. Use both sticks. Yeah, I was trying that. Shit, let's go, Titus. You're crazy. Damn. The Inquisitor. Dude, is this place called a Jackass? Hold on.
The
How do I...
Manufactorum still holds.
Some Imperial Guard units made it here after all.
They cannot hold for long.
Yes.
We must hurry.
Were they giggling when they... I think when you have a large weapon, you can't use Fury. Okay. I'm like, these guys must have been just like giggling, like hee hee hee, when they made this, the name of this. Like I can see no other.
Servo skull doing?
Trying to deliver a message. Must be damaged.
Oh.
The seal of the Inquisition. Interesting.
What is the Inquisition doing here?
We're about to find out.
This is Inquisitor Drogan. I need urgent assistance at manufacturing a jacket.
It's called a jackass. I'm crying. If I'm Arrakis from June. Oh, okay.
Now I'm trapped.
Unfortunately, I don't really like Inquisition, so I'll do my absolute darndest.
Or he'll be unstoppable. I needed more time. I was nearly ready.
Oh shoot. Is that where your porn is, Sonny? No, that's on my desktop.
Weapon. We need to find the
I keep that on my desktop. The weapon. And it's an Inquisition weapon. So guys, I think this is a good place to call it because it is 10:03 and I start work at 6 a.m. So I don't want to really impact my ability to do work tomorrow. That being said, thank you guys. I had a great time. This was a really, really fun, a super, super duper fun Warhammer Sunday. We're going to do something similar next Sunday. Hopefully, I have my hands back, so maybe we can do some, instead of reacts, maybe we can do some, mini painting or actually just constructing more minis. Let me figure out who we're going to raid. And I am not live tomorrow, but I will be live the next day. Once again, if you guys have a calendar and you use it, my next outfit debut is going to be on the 4th. I have a whole new outfit. I think you guys would really like it. If you guys have any time or any interest in a really like brand new theme, like this outfit is my second outfit, but it's like not as thematically different. So yeah, I hope that you stop in. Yum yum.
L_Alaska_Jack_L cheered. X300. Zoom zoom zoom. Make our heart go boom boom. Our supernova girl. Night Sunny. Don't steal MUH stuff.
I'm gonna steal your stuff. I'm stealing. It's like the thing I do. But yeah, we're going to raid into gosh, who do I raid? Do I raid Junie? Oh, she's doing a collab. Let's raid Junie just because I haven't. Oh, okay. Actually, it's a Obi Katie Cat's 6-year anniversary, and I haven't raided her in a long time. So let's raid her. She is oh, thank you so much, Leon. I have to go put my laundry in. I was going to forget. So thank you so much. Oh my god, I actually forgot. She is a kind of like rocker metal VTuber who plays guitar. So if you want to go check her out, please follow in the raid. And it seems to be her 6-year anniversary, which by the way, guys, not to be like, but my outfit reveal on the 4th is going to be celebrating my 12-year anniversary. So look forward to that. And yeah, I will see you guys. If I'm really bored, I might like do a quick just chatting stream tomorrow. And my schedule will be up on my Twitter. And yeah, I'll put it in Discord and Twitter. And I will see you guys, okay? I know a lot of you are big Warhammer fans, so I'll see you at least on Warhammer Sunday. Same time, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to go. I'll see you. Bye.